It's Easter Sunday in Abilene, Georgia, and what a day this could be. Tied the lead and looking to take down the first major of the year, the top American in Paige Pierce, and the top European in Kristin Tattar. Who will take the Champions Cup? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Kristin Tattar is in the building, or on the course, as it were. She's getting ready, Elaine.
And what a battle it's going to be today. Paige Pierce has said she loves to play with Kristin. Kristin really pushes her.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a friendly rivalry between the two.
Yeah, it certainly is. Welcome to the booth in Milwaukee. I'm Ian Anderson with five-time world champion, Hall of Famer Elaine King. What's your big thought going into today, Elaine?
Well, the game plan has not changed from what it's been from day one. Keep it in the fairway. If you need to disc down to keep it in the fairway, disc down. The single most important aspect is to not pick up the bogeys, because we've seen just a few under par is what it takes to be a leader on this course.
Yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday in the weather. Let's see how that unfolded. We had some not great scores yesterday from the field in these terrible conditions.
No, it was really pouring rain, and the women who teed off and continued to play in the rain found it very difficult. But not Paige Pierce.
One woman who didn't.
Oh, that was a monster putt on hole 2. Paige got off to a flying start. She finally conquered the trees on hole 1 and followed it up with this fantastic birdie on hole 2 to get her off to an early start.
That beautiful approach on 7. Paige made up quite a bit of ground yesterday, made up 4 strokes on Tattar.
She didn't make very many mistakes at all. Her lines were pure. She was under the basket. She was hitting her putts.
And she was, more importantly, at Jackson, hitting her lines. Like we saw the first day, she was not.
Yeah, she found trouble day 1, got it together a little bit better in day 2, put it all together on round 3.
And for the first time, Tattar did not have an under par round. She was even yesterday.
And it went fine first thing in the morning, and then just starting on this hole right here, hole 9, she just had some uncharacteristic misses and couldn't seem to quite right the ship for several holes, was off her line. I don't know if she was trying too hard or if the nervousness of the situation was starting to affect her throws, but putts that she was canning easily were difficult.
But then Heart of the Champion on 18.
Yeah, her drive put her up in beautiful position. She's got such a strong forehand, and she hit that line perfectly.
30 feet long after 2 on a par 5.
And
the Eagle Pied.
She finishes it off.
Incredible stuff there to tie for the lead going to the final round. Paige Pierce has a special opportunity. She could tie Valerie Jenkins for the major lead all time.
And you know that Paige will be really hungry for that statistic and will be looking forward to the next major to be the woman with the most majors won.
I've heard a rumor her and Paul have a side bet who's first to 20.
Oh, I don't think it's a rumor. I think that's a
real
fact.
thing? Okay. Love it. So it's a 2-horse race, as you can see. Sarah Hokum hanging out in third. We have PDGA's Grant Zellner with Terry Miller on the ground, sending it down to Abilene, Georgia.
Good morning from the International Disc Golf Center. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, alongside PDGA's own Grant Zellner. Grant, Championship Sunday. We're here. It looks to be a beautiful morning. What's going to go down today?
It's going to be a fantastic display of disc golf. We're barely halfway through April, and we're already about to crown 2022's first major champion. What a start to the major season. U.S. Women's right around the corner. But for today, the focus is on this event. The focus is on these incredible players, and the focus is on the first awarding of the Champions Cup, which is going to be really, really exciting.
And our beautiful model and tournament director in Robert Leonard here with the Champions Cup trophy that they're going to be playing for today. The excitement has been here throughout this entire week. We've also been keeping an eye on the weather, and what did we find out?
Sure. It looks like it's going to cooperate, at least for the morning. I think there's something to that, the fact that virtually every night we had rain in the forecast, and then we continued, for the most part, to end up at least with conditions conditions like these. You know, I think it's going to be a well-rounded test for our golfers to have gotten to play in a little bit of a variety of conditions, but overall, what a beautiful day to crown a champion.
It is, and so much credit goes to yourself, Robert Leonard, and everything that he's put together along with these incredible sponsors, Bushnell, the presenting sponsor, the PDGA, RecTech, the Trilogy family, as you've talked about throughout. The fact that we're going to have every single person that takes home a paycheck today is 4 figures and above is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's great. We're very, very excited about what that means for the game in the big picture.
All right, again, just the first of 4 majors this season. There's so much incredible golf to come, but as you said, today we're crowning our champion right here at the Champions Cup, presented by Bushnell. Back to you guys in the booth.
Huge thanks to Terry and Grant. Do you think there's any Easter eggs in that Champions Cup?
Oh, I hope it's full of chocolate. I think that would go down really well.
Nice.
I love how Robert Leonard had gloves on as he was holding the cup.
First off the tee out of Universal City, Texas, Valerie Mandujano.
And that just snuck through the trees beautifully. The left to right route seems to be favored by a lot of the women.
And Val, a real legitimate shot to snag 3rd place, just like 3 strokes back. So she's looking to make a push up the board. Kona Panis had a really strong finish yesterday, went birdie on 17-18. Looks like she can keep it going in the final round today.
And Kona choosing that narrower right gap, but that is the gap that could potentially put her in position to get a birdie on hole 1.
2-time qualifier, including winner of the European Championships, Henna Blumros.
Hannah going for that aggressive right gap. She's got an arm on her and she's hoping to get as far down the fairway as possible. She's perhaps not in the optimal place right there.
Maria with a turnover line.
She needs that to turn in a hurry, but I don't think she got the turn she was hoping for.
I hope she can find a way out of the woods. And we got our course close-up powered by UDisc for you on this W.R. Jackson course of the amazing IDGC.
There's not just 1, but 3 courses there, so this is just a vacation destination for the avid disc golfer. There's multiple tees on these courses, and they're all absolutely fantastic and so fun to play.
Give me some things you can't miss at this IDGC.
Oh,
if you go to visit.
Gosh, I just say play the courses as much as you can,
Okay.
over and over and over and over. And we'll be talking a bit later on about a pavilion there that's very special that was dedicated to Old Man Wallace. That's at the IDGC as well. There's a lake. You can go swimming. You can bring your kayaks and go paddle in the lake.
It sounds great after a couple rounds, right?
Yeah, you can camp there. Just spend a weekend there.
That is Valerie Mandujano. She has not finished outside the top 5 of any event since D-Glow last year.
And we saw Valerie's play yesterday, just so consistent. Not too many birdies, but minimizing the bogeys. And that's what it's all about on this course, just minimize the bogeys. Par is good. And she's got herself actually beautifully lined up between these trees so that she can fire a shot up the gut of the fairway and get as close as she can. I don't think she can reach the green there, but she can make it a very easy par.
I'm with you.
But not if you miss the only tree that was in your way. It's tough. She needed to kind of turn it, and that right-hand tree was in her mind, and you just have this feeling you're going to follow through into the tree, and so that's a natural mistake to make.
I think that's exactly what happened, Elaine. Oliva a little bit off the fairway. It looks like Kona should be next to act. Kona fired off a 1-over yesterday. Not bad in those conditions,
That's
Elaine.
a great score in those conditions. She's lined up beautifully and able to fire one. Oh my gosh, I can't believe she put it right under the basket from where she was. That must be close to a 400-foot shot, keeping in mind the uphill grade.
I saw her throw 500 at Dynamic Disc Open last year on that hole 1. It's a little downhill, but not much.
And normally to approach the green, you need to be, 75 feet closer than she was, but she was lined up perfectly and just punched one through.
And a drop in. Oliva. Oh, this is not a bad spot to be in the woods, is it?
Oh, she's barely in the woods. Just one skinny tree to miss.
She caught it maybe just a little bit.
But that's fine. She's up by the road, and that gives her several options to get up and down from where she is.
Was it just a couple hundred feet from there, Elaine, or?
Maybe 200 feet with a bit of an uphill, and she's on the right side, which is more favorable. Not very many trees in her way.
Next up, we have Mandujano or Bruce. Looking like Henna will be next. Just a skosh off the fairway, you'll find Henna. But I mean, this works, doesn't it?
Oh, the position is absolutely fine. The question is that tree going to hinder her run-up? And she has to make sure she corrects for her positioning, since she can't do her run-up straight behind the disc. And it looks like she was really accurate. And another
Somebody's
disc.
closer.
Who would have thought you could get closer than Kona's on that big old second shot?
And Tatar with a little mini Tatar.
It's her daughter, and Kristen was so excited to be able to bring her
brought
daughter
over? Oh, no
with
way.
her.
That's so cool.
And we hadn't seen her on the course yesterday, but she's on the course today, so maybe that's what Kristen needs to calm herself, center herself, not get all tense with the, the stakes at this first major of the year.
Mandujano on your screen throwing 3-on-1.
And that was
Again, first tree available.
just a little inside.
Throwing 4 already, just trying to salvage bogey as Mandujano.
And that's disappointing. She has been so consistent through these first 3 rounds. And she made very little progress on that throw.
Maria with the rainbow bag. I like that. Elaine, do you organize your discs in your bag, or do you just jam them in there?
I organize them going from like mid-range through to driver in order of stability. I do not color code. Well, that certainly gives her a chance at bogey.
It does. Looks like somewhere around circle's edge.
Yeah, if my discs get like disordered in my bag, I have a slight panic attack when I don't find the disc where I need it. It's like, oh my gosh, did I pick it up, or is it left on the course somewhere? But it looks like pretty much all these players have caddies, and the important job of a caddy is anything the player drops, you need to be picking up. Those towels, those birdie bags or whale sacks, you're on pickup crew.
Oliva throwing 3.
Well, that should have been a really routine up and down, but she let that go way early.
It was just a lack of effort.
She just let it go early. She meant to go all the way around that tree, not on the inside.
Maybe some early nerve jitters,
Word on the
perhaps.
street from the pro players is a lot of you like this venue and you want to keep coming back. And I say to you, if that's the case, this is a perfect opportunity to go to the events result page and submit some feedback stating such. If you want to spectate following this round, you're more than welcome to, but remember, you will be spectators. You are.
Back to Mandujano, looking to sell 5, looking to make a 5.
Well, you know, I got to echo what Chuck Connolly, assistant TD, was saying. You know, if players really enjoy playing this course, and that's the feedback we've been getting, I mean, let everyone know.
What a save from Mandujano.
Good for her. I mean, you don't want to start with a double bogey.
Great little band-aid putt there for Val. And, oh, we got a replay of that. Awesome. I think we'll see relief from Val. Yeah. Oliva, oh, she misses her par putt. That's an unforced error bogey.
That really is, and I don't know if she just wasn't gripping the disc tight enough, or she just didn't keep in mind the uphill and how much the disc was going to tail off. But that's going to be a disappointment after she did such good work on her first 2 shots.
That's a drop-in birdie, followed by another closer dropper.
Yeah.
Henna and Kona. We've got the final grouping, the first major of the year, about to tee off. Let's watch some disc golf.
What does it mean to be a major? Is it the prestige, the history, the glory? Or is it the moments? These moments that we'll remember forever. The moments that we'll be talking about for years to come.
Oh, no way! No way!
Unbelievable. What did we just watch?
That's what it means to be a major.
This is it, Elaine, the biggest stage in the sport.
And, you know, one of these 2 women is going to have a reaction like we just saw after the 18th hole.
Florida, 7-time qualifier, including USW DGC champion Paige Pierce.
First 2 rounds, she hit first available. Second round, she was pure.
We've got a Zeus for Pierce. That's determination on that face, Elaine.
Yeah. When you see Paige with that look on her face, you know she is going to attack, and she is on her line. What a favorable position to end up, that right side of the fairway.
2-time qualifier, including winner of the Great Lakes Open, Kristen Tatar.
I'm so glad she was able to get off the shot she wanted after that slip.
Me too.
There's nothing like slipping, and then in the back of your mind, you're wondering if you're going to slip again.
Sarah Holcomb.
Sarah Hogan with a trace on one.
And Sarah's looking at that tee pad and checking out the grip after seeing Kristen slip. Sarah taking to that left to right route, being a side armor. Great shot,
And from Los Angeles,
slipping through the
California,
trees,
2021
putting
PDGA
herself in a very
Grandmaster
favorable
World
position.
Champion, Skagen.
You're going to be battling this woman a little later in the year, Elaine?
Absolutely. Own master's age. Love competing against her. It's great to see her on the lead card. She's going to try and reproduce what Sarah just did.
I think she's done that.
Good luck, ladies. Enjoy your round.
The left to right route, you can't get particularly far down the fairway. However, it's a much safer route. There's more room to work with.
Paige Pierce off the tee, clean on one. That's clean plus. Yeah. The hat kind of looks like her passion and her buzz, doesn't it?
It does. Now, the right gap is skinny, the left gap has more room, but a few trees to navigate. What the players want to do is get just around this corner, definitely around this tree, and if you can get to somewhere around these trees, you can really have a good chance of attacking the green. There's a tunnel on the right side. There's also a big tunnel on the left side of those trees, and it's all uphill.
And apparently this is playing the second hardest hole, and Henna and Kona just drop it for birdie. Charging from the chase card early, looking for that third place most likely.
Well, third place is very much in contention for, you know, probably about 10 of these women.
I think you're right. Might even be more. Yeah, I think 10's a great call there. Scoggins second on one.
She throws very stable discs, so I wonder if she's going to play right to left and look for the left gap. But no, she's played it for the right gap. I think she's got herself in a nice position where she can get up and down quite easily.
Fantastic. Hook'em second coming up.
And she loves going to that far side. I think that was probably a vanish. It's a very neutral flying disc, so he saw it flex to the left and then just tailing out ever so slightly to the right. Really well-controlled shot.
A chance for birdie. I think she made that putt distance yesterday.
She made an enormous putt yesterday. And there we see, I believe that's Joe Charloff, PDGA Executive Director, coming to see the action on the FPO card.
Joe, a great guy. Kristen grabbing range.
And, you know, it's so nice to have a rangefinder that also tells you the elevation, because this second shot's more uphill than perhaps it looks from our camera angle. It's just so ever so gently inclined upwards, and it's very common to find yourself short on that approach to the green. And of course, this tournament's sponsored by Bushnell.
That's right. Huge thanks to them. Making sure all their cashing players walk away with at least $1,000.
And that hyzered out a little bit too early, so that leaves her a long look at eagle.
Terry, have you seen a better drive than Paige Pierce's all week? I'm struggling to find one.
It is a good drive, and if we're really going to get nitpicky, she would love to be about 10 or 15 feet left. So she's going to have to put a little angle on this to navigate through the trees. But yes, very good drive.
Paige busts out her edge rangefinder. Pretty sure she got that from Kona.
So from Terry's description, Paige is going to need to flex Yeah, she'll need to put Anheuser on a stable disc, but it's more important to get the Anheuser correct, because even if you're up to the right of the basket, that still gives you a chance at a putt. And of course, Kristen has got a very long putt herself, so there's no particular pressure to keep up.
It's like Paige going with the passion.
You just couldn't ask for much better from where she was.
Missy Gannon putting for par. That's just a normal thing for Missy. She is incredible with a putter in her hand.
And the putt always just looks so comfortable, confident, and catches the center of the chains.
Jeff Panis grabbing range for own.
It's so nice to have your caddy do the rangefinder. That does not cut into your 30 seconds, and you can be getting yourself prepared to throw and just get a last-minute confirmation of the distance.
This is a destroyer for own.
Yeah, she's going to do the left-to-right approach to the basket. And what a fantastic shot.
Scoggins. A drop in left. Beautifully done for par. Take another look, roll back that Zuka replay even of Own's forehand flex. Own loves her forehand flex shots, doesn't she?
She absolutely does. She loves the stable disc because she can just torque it as much as she likes and it'll handle the torque. I'm not sure I've seen Own throw very much that was understable.
I can't think of much.
For the most part, she might go to a very neutral flying disc.
Yeah, a leopard maybe.
Yeah.
Yep. She's got that halo leopard. It's one of her signature discs.
And Holcomb is going to want to channel what she did yesterday, where she made a very similar putt, as you were saying, Ian. And we've seen Sarah's putting come on so strongly the last year or so.
Yeah, I recall at least 3 Circle 2 makes yesterday. Oh, you love the effort. Just short and right for her.
And par is not a bad score. You're not losing many strokes to the field by getting a par on hole 1.
Sarah, former volleyball player.
Have you ever seen her play volleyball?
No, I bet it's pretty incredible.
She's great.
Yeah. Tatar, pretty lengthy birdie bid.
However, we have seen Kristen put down these putts like it was nothing. And that one was a little low out of the gate, but dead on center.
Pierce now sets up a birdie look. That's what she does, Elaine.
And she is our leader.
It took her a while, but she got it. She really handicapped herself that first round and has kind of been fighting back since.
Absolutely, but you know what? I mean, it was like starting from scratch today.
Yeah, sure. It's a one-round tournament between those two. Scoggins saving par. Pokemon Tatar will do the same. Now, last time we had a major, 2021 U.S. Women's. Paige Pierce came out firing then. It was a battle between her and Haley King at that one. And I think Paige buried the first 5 holes, I want to say.
When Paige gets on a tear, the positivity feeds and feeds and feeds, and she just gets feeling better and more confident and stronger. and invincible. And man, when you are in the zone and just everything is easy, it's the most wonderful feeling in the world.
When I started filming that round, I was like, are we going to film an 18 down today? Because it didn't seem like she could do wrong that day. And just dominated for the dub. And this is the 10th tie heading into the final round at a major. Paige has been in 7 of those.
Well, of course, because we saw Paige's stats for majors. She's got 15 of them. And that's Haley Childs on the bag.
And you're saying that she's a local to the course?
Yeah, Haley's a local, a wonderful player in her own
Yeah,
right.
I wonder what she's not. I guess she maybe didn't qualify for the event.
Well, she's taken the last few years off. She's gone to school to become, I believe, a dental assistant.
Right on. One of the premier caddies to have on the course, right?
Indeed, and Haley, man, she grips the disc and she rips it.
Yeah.
She's got just a natural, tough, aggressive shot, and just such a lovely person too. So what a great choice for a caddy. Knows the course, really calming influence, keeps it nice and light.
Over to Valerie Mandujano on 3.
That is looking good. She's got a good amount of turn, and she's center of the fairway. Sets her up really nicely to attack the green.
Paige Pierce on the tee of 2, going back to that pink Zeus. 390-foot par 3.
She's going to try and remember what she did yesterday and execute the same throw. And just a little bit low, hits that stump and kicks over to the left. It's still a long look at the basket from circle 2.
Tatar.
Tatar needs to throw this higher than she has the last couple of rounds. She hits almost exactly the same spot as Paige. I think she was just short of that stump and probably has a similar length of putt.
Kind of dueling circle 2 looks.
Exactly. Yeah, Kristen just hasn't found the right line on this hole.
Hokum has a vanish in her left hand.
And it's not an easy shot at all to do sidearm righty. So she's probably just going to lay it up to get an easy par. She might be actually a little bit closer than the other 2 women. That was a really well executed shot.
Yeah, it was. Scoggins.
And this sets up so well for Owen. This is exactly the type of shot she loves. Just a big old hyzer.
Right around that Tatar Pierce area.
I think if we could put a bullseye on where all 4 women hit, it would be a diameter of about 2 feet.
Mandujano second. And the turnover forehand on 3 for her second.
She'll want to keep gliding. Oh, and it was too far.
Yeah. Wow. This is a par putt for Missy Gann on a hole 4.
Hole 4 can really eat you alive if you don't hit your line.
Mm-hmm. We're having some slight technical difficulties. Bear with us, folks. Here it comes. Another good one.
Whew. Beautiful. And she's got a clean scorecard.
Not easy to do at WRR Jackson.
I mean, that's all you need to do is just get your pars. If a birdie presents itself, you take it, but you can't work it too much.
Yes.
Most of these holes, you have to be very controlled. There are a few holes, however, where the women can just let it rip. Hole 2 is one of them. And unfortunately, we got nobody particularly close to the basket, but all the women are excellent putters, so let's see what they can do.
Owen choosing just to lay up nicely.
Just too many trees in her way.
Yeah. See if anyone will get aggressive out there in circle 2.
Oh, they'll get aggressive. It's whether they can find metal.
Paige Pierce lines up her look at a birdie. This is beyond circle 2.
And Paige favors a stagger putt, but there's that tree that's just too much in her way, so I'm not sure she can get it. That was really good. Paige doesn't normally straddle putt like some of the other women do, but that was so close to getting it.
From like 70 feet.
Kristen,
Oh,
just
no.
there's not
Stymied.
much she can do.
If there's a forehand harp shot, she'll find it and throw it perfectly.
So that leaves Sarah Holcomb.
The last chance for birdie. Looks like also just outside circle 2. I think I see a whisker just to her right.
Really great try.
Gave it 100% right there. Wanted it.
But at 390 feet, it really is a tough ask. You need quite an exceptional drive followed by a good putt.
Paige Pierce now comes back for par to hold on to that one-stroke lead. Solid. Pierce will carry a stroke advantage into hole 3. Holcomb and the rest of the gang tapping in par as well.
And I love hearing the birds. There's so much wildlife here in Wildwood Park. But the birds just sound so happy.
They do. As happy as these pros who play WR Jackson. It's so fun hearing how much they love playing this course in this tournament.
Honestly, it does get a little tedious to have just wide open holes with lots of OB.
It does. A quick break on the network. Back in just a few.
The International Disc Golf Center, home to the Professional Disc Golf Association, here in Appling, Georgia. The International Disc Golf Center is home to the Ed Hedrick Disc Golf Museum and Hall of Fame. With items like the very first disc golf basket, the original Frisbee pie tins, and some of the game's first beveled edge golf discs, it feels a bit like walking on sacred ground. There's also a full-service pro shop with everything you'll need to get you ready for the course. And speaking of courses, the IDGC has 3 18-hole courses with challenge for players of all skill levels, from beginners all the way to the game's top professional players. There's Ed Hedrick with beautiful scenic views down by the water, Jim Warner with its tightly wooded tunnels, and WR Jackson, home to the first professional major of the year, the Champions Cup. You can always stay in nearby Augusta, but if you like camping, there are campsites right on the property. You can literally wake up and walk to the first tee. Wildwood Park offers amenities like beaches, fishing, and hiking for when your arm gets tired after your third round of the day. With a dedicated grounds crew and pro shop staff, the IDGC is one of the best maintained facilities, if not the best in the entire world. The courses, the history, and the stay are all tailored for disc golfers wanting to take their dream disc golf trip. Add it to your course bucket list, and we hope to see you here.
Welcome back. We are looking at Paige Pierce. And now Tatar.
And that is a beautiful shot. She got that Anheuser throw just perfectly. Gets her in the fairway with a look at the green.
Holcomb This will be a crave for Hokum. Nicely done by Sarah. She is in the fairway for her second shot. And Scoggins now. Destroyer. Around the corner nicely.
That was a great shot. I just love the way Owen leans into the disc and just blasts it with so much spin.
And now, just a few moments ago, we'll show you that Paige Pierce drive. Paige with the turnover. Oh, that's a boomer. Great shot by Pierce. In position after one on hole 3.
Hole 3 is one of the newer holes on the course that was designed by PDGA staff. And it's kind of a funky hole right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't look particularly pretty. However, as the hole gets beaten in, grass is starting to grow, and I think in a year or two, it will, really start to get a lot of character.
I feel like the green has character on this one.
It does, and the staff has done a bunch of trimming, so some of the deeper rough isn't quite as bad. And of course, the staff have done some trimming to allow spectators to have a better view. So it makes the hole a little bit more birdieable. But still, that second shot has got to find a path through the random trees. And players will be probably picking a slightly different route every time, depending on where they land.
Scoggins' second is away.
And it's a good shot. It'll get her to an easy up and down, and she'll just have to see whether she feels like running the putt.
Yeah. And now we are with Hokum. Hokum going relay for her second.
That's a big old turnover. I wonder if it's too much.
I heard it find the ground. Didn't quite catch it though. I think it made enough progress though. She salvaged par if nothing else.
Absolutely. You need two kind of exceptional drives to get a birdie on this hole. And the second one is the harder one to control because you need to have, good skill and just a little bit of good fortune to make it all the way through the trees.
It's a little crowded late, isn't it?
It is, but a good putt can also save you.
Paige Pierce. Second on hole 3.
Well, I think we know what happened to that disc.
So, the discs sound different coming out of her hand, don't they? And we are now with the Estonian. Chance to grab a stroke on Pierce. Chance gone, most likely.
You have to have played this hole over and over and over and over to know what the path is to get down to the basket.
She's probably played it 6 times by now.
Something like that, yes. The hole is just short of 600 feet, and it's got a little bit of a downhill towards the basket, so that can help the disc reach its target. Of course, the 600 feet is not in a straight line, so it plays definitely longer than that.
There is Joe, isn't it? Tatar's third. That's another drop-in par for Tatar. Opportunity missed there. She will remain 1 back, most likely anyway. Poco next to act. Long birdie bid.
And that's a good kind of soft go for it layup. It is all gently sloping downhill, so if you go really aggressively at the basket, you can find yourself with a long back putt.
The queen of clean will keep it clean, though. Pierce, birdie look, and to push the lead to 2.
She would love to find the heart of the chains on this one. Again, a really good try, but she's not quite as comfortable with that long straddle putt.
And Scoggins. This is a birdie look for Scoggins. Stroke on the card out from circle 2.
And we know she loves to putt.
You can see the whisker right there in front of her, not too far.
And
Fired.
she did.
Fired it in there. I love watching Owen putt. I want to putt like Owen when I grow up.
Oh, doesn't everybody?
Seriously. Life would be awesome if you could putt like Owen.
And you know, putting is such a huge part of the game. We don't need to tell you if you're a disc golfer.
I mean, Owen doesn't. She's got to play a 100-foot handicap on the distance department compared to Paige, you know, some of the women, and she keeps pace with her putt. It's so impressive. Pierce coming back.
And you can see what I mean. Paige missed the basket, and she's a long way away, and it's uphill. It must be close to 30 feet uphill for the par.
And to hold on to a 1-stroke lead.
But no problem. That's a bit of a phew,
It was.
though.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I don't think it was any too high.
Hook 'em for par. And Tatar will clean up par as well. And Elaine, we have our Old Man Wallace dedication of the pavilion.
Today we want to take a moment to recognize and honor one of the sport's most valued tournament directors and perennial volunteers, Mr. Bill Old Man Wallace. To provide a bit more detail about this extraordinary man, I want to read an excerpt that was published on the PDGA website in December of 2019. This was written by Matt Gregoire. The disc golf world lost a dedicated husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, volunteer, and friend as Bill Old Man Wallace, PDGA 6580, passed away peacefully at his home in Illinois yesterday after a battle with cancer. Bill was 73 years old. Whenever you spoke with him, even if you just met, You were family. This is the Wallace family, and this is Mom. So we want to present you all with a plaque. And just so you know, we will hang a permanent version of this plaque right here, and this will become the Bill Old Man Wallace bench. I just want to say, on behalf of the PDGA, thanks to you and Bill for everything you've done. Seriously, the backbone of the USWDGC are these folks right here. They've just been like family just to us, and I hope that this is as special to you as it is to us. Thanks for being here, everybody.
And you could hear the emotion in Mike Downs' voice. And this is because, and I'm starting to tear up too.
I'm sorry, I started
I mean, Old Man Wallace made women's disc golf in a way that, you know, no one before him did. He took a tournament which was a small, you know, not particularly important event, and he made all the women who play in it feel like queens. He gave women amenities they'd never seen before. Anyone who came to those first USWDGCs in Peoria got fed breakfast, lunch, and dinner, got entertained in the evening. There were parties. There were players' packs full of like wonderful little goodies, and there was a beautiful payout. And he brought the spectators, and that tournament got bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where today it is one of the most popular majors. And you know, this year's women's disc golf championship, U.S. Women's Disc Golf Championship, is sold out of FPO so far, with over 100 women in FPO alone.
Wow.
So we owe Old Man Wallace and the whole Wallace family a huge debt of gratitude over the way they made women's disc golf the exciting event that it is.
Incredible dedication right there.
And made possible for stars like Kristen Tatar to just
Yeah.
pin hole
Park
number
it.
4.
Oh, listen to Downs' voice in there just killed me. Oh, feel the emotion. Sarah Hokum with a relay. Let's get back to the golf.
Yeah, and she's picking a relay because it is a very neutral flying disc, and she can make it turn by putting a lot of spin on it. And it is right down there by the basket. That is a fantastic throw. And it's so unfavorable to a righty sidearm.
Making it go the wrong way perfectly. Mandujano on 5. Oh, that's a little tugged.
Is she going to... This is at least the second time she has done this. 390 feet through the forest, right to the base of the pin.
Jeez.
What an amazing throw.
There are your scores. Pierce sitting with that one-stroke lead. I heard an early tree from Pierce, and Tatar looked parked, right?
We'll have to see what Pierce has, but I think Kristen has an excellent chance of a birdie. And look at Owen Scoggins. She is creeping up on Sarah Hokum, so we're starting to get into it in the battle for third place.
Yeah, guys, I'll chime in real quick for you and let you know that Paige Pierce did hit an early tree. She kicked to the left. She's got at least 150 feet to the pin. Kristen Tatar is less than 12 feet from the pin. Hokum's line, although she is inside the circle, is going to be a little bit obstructed by a single tree. And that's what we'll see from Pierce on her approach. She's going to have some work to do.
Looks like she went a little bit long there, Terry. It looks like circle's edge comeback for Pierce.
And it's quite distinctly downhill just before the basket, so it's so easy to do. I mean, I think Paige threw 150 feet. It's just that the slope made it carry a lot farther than that. And this is a blind hole, so the players are kind of looking around, seeing where their discs made their way to. So it's a little bit of an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah. It's the right day for it.
And speaking of Easter eggs, I might get a little distracted out here, guys. Bushnell put out 150 Easter egg prizes, including free gifts from Bushnell. So I've got some woods to hunt through right now.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
That's incredible.
Oh, I would be so distracted too.
Yeah, I'd be hunting all day.
I love finding stuff.
And free things, Elaine. Even better.
Gosh, I suppose they're for the spectators,
Yeah,
so
probably.
you shouldn't really take
Probably. One like Pierce will be next to act. This is a par comeback putt for Pierce.
Okay.
This most likely needs this to maintain a share of the lead.
Pressure putt after pressure putt.
Looking dialed up, all been from like circle's edge. These have not been gimmies, Elaine.
She's just feeling good.
And I think Hokum not marking so she can jump putt. I think I heard a little bit of that.
And that's a great strategy. Before you just automatically mark your disc, think about what it means, not only for stance, but for the opportunity to jump. Well, she's really crouched out under that branch of the tree. But she kind of has a crouchy style anyhow, so it might not be a big deal for Sarah. What a wise choice. She wanted to jump, and she canned it.
If you're not familiar with that situation, the disc was basically straddling the 10-meter line, right, Elaine?
Yeah, so if she marked it, she would be within the 10 meters and could not go forward of her lie on her release.
Scoggins. Birdie. What's the record of Dowie, Elaine?
Never a doubt. And Owen does not want to keep up or keep off the pressure for that third place. Oh, she's so happy.
She's the best. And we got a Tatar putt coming up, and this is for a share of the lead. Oh, casual for the Estonian.
That was 3 birdies on hole 4.
Yeah.
That lead group is just dialed in.
So our players are going to be headed to hole 5, which is our RecTech Grill CTP hole, Elaine. We're going to have one final chance. Patented Paige Pierce comebacker. Thanks to our friends at Sunstein. You can head over to sunsteinlaw.com. Trademark, patent, NFTs, they got you. We have our King's Keys, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, which is the premium disc golf store. Is one of the keys making awesome putts?
Well, that never hurts. But before you even get to your putt, you may want to disc down. It's more important to stay on the fairway than to gain raw distance on so many of these holes, because you get off into the woods and your options are just over. So disc down if you need to, but there are some holes where you can just blast your disc out there. So know which holes and which approach shots to get aggressive on. You'll need to use all your tricks. We've already seen players, throwing sidearms. We've seen players. We haven't seen any sidearm rollers yet today, but we're going to before the day is over, I'm sure.
And those I mentioned that our RecTech Grill week-long CTP looking like Natalie Ryan still has it.
Oh, well, I mean, it's going to take something very special to get inside of Natalie's amazing throw.
An ace or a leaner, basically.
And Valerie's throw that we saw just a few minutes ago was so close, but yet it's not as close as Natalie's.
Let's see how close. Oh, those are the RecTech Grills.
Look at those babies. It's even got like a little smoke chimney.
I love that. Scoggins on 5.
Yeah, that looked offline, and she did not make particularly a lot of progress. This is one of these holes where you may want to disc down if you're not going for the grill. But Kristen has pured it at least twice.
This has been a St. Pro shot for her. Oh, it was wide.
Not today. And if you hit, you want to hit on the good side of the tree so that it puts you down somewhere close to the middle of the fairway. And there's a gully that goes right through the fairway. Not a bad place to be at all.
Hook 'em with a relay.
Wise choice. That's just a very straight flying fairway driver. Oh, and she has found the space.
Oh, fantastic shot from Holcomb.
And she is zinging that thing more than 300 feet.
Yeah. I feel like her distance has kind of picked up here in the last little bit.
I must say so, yeah.
Pierce, she is going with a buzz, I believe. Yeah, that's a buzz.
She's disking down to try and get that accuracy, which is so much more important than raw distance.
Looking at the eyes of a disc golf tiger right there, Elaine. Oh!
Yeah, fairway.
In the fairway.
It is
Ish.
the tightest hole on the course. The gap looks like it's big from the catch cam, but it actually is quite a tiny gap.
16 is your cash line, so if you're watching that right there, to get over, you get at least $1,000. Under, you're walking away with nothing.
Can you imagine 16th in FPO, $1,000?
That's like the pressure of like first place at a lot of other tournaments.
Oh, it's fantastic money. I mean, it's just shows how much women's disc golf has grown in no small part thanks to you viewers. You people watching the FPO is what allows us to have these wonderful purses for the women and allow them to really make a living at the sport.
Vanessa Van Dyken's going to need to make up some ground. She wants to share that $1,000 last cash.
And look at all the amazing players that are close to the cash line. Such a thick field of talent.
Back to the fairway of 5 with Pierce. How much does she have left here, Elaine?
She's got most of it left. She has 2/3 of the hole
Fairway.
still to go, and she's got a small gap that she must navigate.
Ooh, lucky gap, come on.
Oh, nope, she went around it. She didn't like...
I thought she was going to do the same, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
She looked like she was aiming for that. That was a good try, but it is looking very much like a bogey for
It
Pierce.
sure is. And depending on where Tatar got to, that may be an advantage or not.
Well, we know Tatar is closer.
That's true. And she won't be next to act. That will be Scoggins, who kicked right off fairway.
I think she's going to have very limited options. Being one of the newer holes on the course, this far back from the basket, it is still quite wild and rough, a lot of little trees.
Oh, looking for an overhand, never a good sign. Maybe a forehand roller.
And it looks like just a pitch to get her out into the fairway to a point where she can get up and down for a bogey. A favorable hit.
It sounds like it, huh?
So if you hit the
Wait.
correct side of the distance,
Is
that
that no. No way.
I guess
I
she
guess.
did.
Hey,
Well,
when you're a good person, good things happen to you.
I didn't give her enough credit for getting up and down from where she was.
Ooh, Tatar is in jail. Left side of fairway. Big scramble moment, though. Can grab a stroke on Pierce, most likely with a good approach.
We have seen her execute these Anheuser sidearms beautifully if you can just get cleanly through that first gap.
A chance, Elaine.
Definitely a chance. And it's a nice, safe uphill putt with not too much behind it. There's no downslope behind the basket. It's nice and level.
Let's take a rolling back a Zuka replay of this own
Yeah, I'd like to
Scoggins
see
shot.
that again.
Yeah.
So it's high, it's hyzered.
Oh, there it was. It skipped right in.
It hit something and just hit it the right way.
Wow. When you're good, you're good.
She still can't
and
believe
Jeff's
it.
trying to figure out how that just happened. Kona's dad doing super caddy duty this weekend. Pierce. Ooh, that's a little wide, Elaine.
That's offline.
He's going to have that left for up to save bogey. Hole 5, it's a round shaker, isn't it? You can see some stroke swings on this one.
It's definitely a hole that presents a wide variety of scores.
Holcomb looking to score a 2 after a great drive. Has this look for birdie from circle 2.
Holcomb for the deuce.
This would get to Holcomb to 3 down overall. And a 2-stroke lead over Owen for third. You love the effort. But a 3 on hole 5 is, if offered, I'm sure you would take it.
Any day of the week.
Tatar, also in circle 2, a little bit closer for the par attempt. Oh, glance.
Oh, she thought she had it.
So she'll now have that bogey comeback.
But she still has a chance to get a stroke on Paige, who has really missed on that approach shot. And now I'm not sure how many trees she might have between her and the basket.
She's going to a pretty uncomfortable straddle, Elaine.
Yeah, I don't think she can straddle that far.
Oh, whoa. Commitment
Yeah.
to the bit. Oh,
Well, and it's a matter of getting the grip on that left foot. And now she's going to have to generate power from a deep knee bend. Well done.
we'll keep her as a co-leader.
She hasn't missed a putt yet, has she?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you count circle 3 looks. I don't. Scoggins for par.
That astounding recovery shot, and she keeps her card clean.
What a save. Let's see how far Tatar got on the par attempt. Looks like not too bad. Oh. Maintain a share. Tatar, no problem.
This group did really well on the hole. We saw, what, 3 pars and 1 bogey, which is better than most groups.
2 and 2 actually, but yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
You're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct.
We got a slow motion replay here coming for that Tatar look that just glanced off the chains. It looks so good, Elaine.
I love the height coming out of her hand.
Just a couple inches from saving par and having a stroke. Well, having a 1-stroke lead instead. We'll take a tie. It's more fun for the viewer anyway, right?
It certainly is. Keeps the tension levels up, doesn't it? Oh, gosh.
Hopefully we can keep it going all the way to 18. I'd love it. Blumroos is on 7.
It's coming. We promise you.
We promise. There we go. Is that dogleg left tee shot?
One of the iconic holes on the course.
Henna.
She has got this
Ooh.
tee shot dialed in. What a great place to land.
Lovely positioning for the second. Scoggins is on the tee of 6.
Hole 6 plays uphill all the way. Most players are going to go on that right side like we saw Scoggins do, and it's just about keeping it clean. There's really very little opportunity for these women to get a 2. It's just too far uphill.
It's, yeah.
366 and very much uphill. So it's a matter of just keeping that first drive in the fairway. That's all you need to do.
A vanish from Sarah Hokum, which means she's probably taking the right fairway?
She's taking the right fairway. The left fairway is very skinny, although you'd think it would be favorable for a sidearm player.
Yeah.
But look at that. She's got that vanish so dialed in.
She'll make a forehand look like a backhand, won't she?
She definitely will.
And now Tatar. Royal grace for Kristen.
She looks to be clean center of the fairway. And it's okay ending up a little bit to the right, and she even got a favorable kick.
Pierce. Someone in the field that could get this one,
She
Elaine.
has struggled every single time on this hole.
I think it's because she's trying so hard because she knows she can get it.
I
We'll
like
see.
the fact she's lining up on the right side of the fairway for a change. Yes.
Oh, there it is.
That's what she needed to do.
And she pushed it just a little long.
But for the first time, she has landed up in the middle of the fairway and can get up and down.
Back to Henna on 7. You saw the drive. Here is the second.
It'll be a big old hyzer on the right side of the fairway. Oh, I like the fact that we can't even, the catch cam had a hard time seeing it, and
Oh, she's long.
she's nice and level with it, so this is great to give her a chance at the putt. And as we were talking about hole 6, a lot of room on the right side of the fairway. Just don't keep it too high and have it hyzer into the woods.
Most of our women on our final grouping are right here-ish.
There-ish, yeah, around that stump. And the basket is still, you know, another 100 feet away with a slight uphill.
Scoggins. She's either going pig or rock. That is the rock.
To go this way or to go that way? Decisions.
My feet okay? My feet okay? Yeah, looks great.
And see, this is what people love about W.R. Jackson is wherever you land, you've got a decision about, do I go this way around the tree, that way around the tree, slow skipping, high shots, and that's what makes this course so interesting compared to some of the courses that they'll be playing on tour.
Yeah, you can't beat experience out here. Being in these, having been in that position before. Pierce second.
And this hole just so much easier for Paige today compared to the last 3 days where she hit early.
Wow, Paige Pierce 90% from C1X on the tournament.
I can't think of where she missed from C1.
Not today.
Ah,
The entire,
for the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Wow, what an enviable statistic.
Hokum.
Oh, that actually hit chains.
Band and then chains on the way down.
Wow.
Wow.
That would be definitely the only 2 on this hole for the tournament in the FPO group if that had stuck.
And here is Tatar with a very long look at a birdie. Great effort.
She wants it.
Owen went a little bit long in her approach. She'll have the longest of the par save attempts. Oh, here's even better. Owen, 96% C1X this
Whoa.
tournament. That is silly good.
Oh, I want to be her.
The comeback for par. Never a doubt when that woman has a putter in her hand. Pierce to save. Holcomb almost snagged it too. Drops in 3. As will Tatar. And while they walk to 7, we'll give you another look at that Holcomb almost throwing, Elaine.
Yeah, I want to see that again. Big smile out of Sarah on that one.
Love it. Quick break on the network while they make their way to 7. Back in just a few.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
Somebody help! My poor cat is stuck up in this tree.
Hello, ma'am. I heard your cry for help, and I'm here to rescue your cat.
Oh, thank goodness.
Here you are, ma'am. Cat's safe and sound.
Wait a second. This isn't pudding.
Slammer, there you are. Dude, thanks.
So then where's pudding?
Welcome back to WR Jackson. That is Owen Scoggins on the tee of 7.
All right.
That was a star turn for Owen, and she threw that beautifully. She didn't like it out of her hand, but the result is fantastic. Over to Henna on 7. You saw the first 2 shots. Here is the putt for birdie. Air ball. Unfortunate result for Henna there after 2 incredible shots on 7. We are now with Holcomb on the tee of 7. She is going trace, and we'll see a backhand shot from the forehand queen. Looks a little early.
Opposite mistake.
Getting word from production that got around the corner, and she hopefully has an alley. We'll find out once we get down there. Tatar. Oh, lovely.
She's been getting a better and better drive on this hole every time she plays it. It's a blind shot, so it's kind of tough. You have to have practiced it several times, but it's usually best to push that far line of trees, have a hyzer not too high, but a lowish hyzer, and just try and get as far down the hill as you possibly can. That is very high, so that disc is going to come in, but she's pushed it so far. I think she's cut off her angle on the second shot to go around the big alleyway, so she may have to make something work in the middle.
Haley King for par. This is on 8. Oh, nice putt from King. And Henna, this is to save par. No, Henna.
Oh, it just kind of caught on her hand. She can't believe she did that.
Oh, the birdogey putt now. After she had a great birdie opportunity too. This is our VII diameter apparel hole, Elaine. Fly us through this thing.
So yeah, keep it to the right side as much as you can, because as it hyzers in, it's going to kind of come left, and you want to land here. So this big old alleyway to the right is available to you. The second shot, you have to keep it high, pretty much straight, and just let it hyzer in at the end, because the basket is up on the hill.
This is one of those 2 great shot par 4s.
It definitely is. 2 great shots will probably give you an uphill look.
Back to
oh,
Hannah.
No, Hannah.
The bird double. Oof.
That's right there. Yeah.
So I believe you can move spectator lines. I've heard that before.
Robert, can you confirm that? It's in your stance.
This happened at Texas State's for own. Yeah. And she got to move the spectator line. Do you remember that? Oh, you weren't there. That was Christine.
I was playing. Yeah. I was playing. But we've got Robert Leonard, who's the tournament director, and he will make a ruling.
That's in front, but you can have it held back or something because it is in your stance to get relief. Is that good?
Sure.
Not perfect, but
as long as it's legal.
Owen moved it when it was in front of her at Texas State.
She's right. Hey, Jeff.
Jeff on his way over.
Yeah, on tour we allowed to move it, but I believe you guys stated that we weren't allowed to move stuff.
It's just a matter of whether she's going to get it.
So we're treating that as part of the course because it was all installed prior to the practice rounds?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we have the ruling. It is part of the course. So just like it was a tree branch, she can lean against it.
Can I push
but she
against
can't move it.
Or is it like a branch?
I would say yes, it's a free-flowing object. I was just going to agree with that.
And although that was kind of a long conversation, really it's not in her way with the stance she has there. She zings that relay and wants it to have a turn.
It's a good result.
Yeah, that gets her in a place to get up and down for her par.
Terry, I'd love to get your take on what we just watched there.
Yeah, and I'm down the fairway, so I can't necessarily chime in on what they were talking about. I heard what you guys were saying. It doesn't seem like it was an issue for Sarah ultimately. What I do want to quickly touch on, Paige Pierce is within 24 inches of where she was yesterday. So she's going to have to decide if she wants to split the trees again and go right up the middle with her shot. But she could have probably left her mini there from yesterday just about. Kristen in a great position.
Scoggins second.
Yeah, and she was a little bit inside, so she actually had to bend the disc around and look for hitting exactly the right line, and she didn't quite get it.
It looked close, though, didn't it? Put some great flex on that.
So looking back from the pin, the left side is where we've got the biggest alleyway, and there is room, obviously, on the right side. The problem is to get through the first guardian trees. We saw Paige, as you heard Terry say, land just about in the same place yesterday. She tried to get through the trees unsuccessfully, but got her par.
Tatar, this is kind of where you'd like to be, Elaine?
Absolutely. I think she is lined up beautifully with the biggest fairway on the right. Yeah, she's got a straight look at her.
Oh, fantastic shot from Tatar.
So we have two great drives, and she's got an uphill look at the putt. Well done.
The tree just like.
Zuka replay, rolling it back of Tatar for second on 7. A beaut. Perfectly called by Terry. This is the spot, isn't it? A bunch of skinny gaps.
It is. I mean, Paige can go to the right, but she has to put the disc so high for it to bend back to the pin, and I don't think the leafage allows her to do that. So then the other choice is to try and go through the middle, but no, it looks like she's going to just get as far as she can on that right side and see where she lands, and maybe she can make a putt, because of course her putting has been golden today. She's guaranteed to progress with that shot.
That's a great shot from there.
Gives her an opportunity.
We'll have dueling putts for the lead. Next week we have Jonesboro. A little different course than we're watching this weekend.
Yeah, big, open, power drives.
Yeah, if you want to see 550, 600-foot shots, that's a tournament to watch there.
Yeah, maybe not from the FPO division, but... we will see 400-foot
I'm sure
shots.
Paige will throw over 400 multiple times next weekend. It's a real fun track to watch out there. Tons of action on the Disc Golf Network all year long. Katrina Allen is your defending champion and on a tear, I am told, today. Trying to move up the board.
Well, that's what we expect from Katrina. It's been very odd that she just has had rounds where she's just not been able to score. So it's good to see her finally able to play this course the way that she has in the past.
Oh, hey.
And
there
yeah,
she is.
Clean scorecard.
That's what we expected all weekend.
4 down, and she's only halfway through the course.
That's the best the field has shot all week, isn't it?
Absolutely. 4 down is absolutely the best, and she's got the opportunity to double that.
Holcomb's third on 7. Weaving through the trees.
Oh. Wonderfully executed.
Keeping it clean. That's a par for Holcomb on 7.
Yeah, after a really, quite frankly, bad drive, she has scrambled her way through the next 2 shots and comes away with a par, which is going to be the score that most women get. And certainly, Sarah has her eye on Owen Scoggins, who's only 1 throw behind. Owen with 2 shots, looking to do something similar, put that disc close to the basket.
Pig, nope, rock.
Little bit to the right.
Oh, what a kiss.
Nice tree hit.
Gets the chef's kiss off the tree, and she is under the bucket. Looking back down the fairway, we'll have some birdie putts. I believe. Let's see if Pierce is out. Yeah, she's in circle 2 while Tatar is in 1. So, advantage to the Estonian.
Both putts uphill, and these players both have seen some nasty rollaways, either during this tournament or in the past. And so that could be at the back of their mind as they think about how aggressively they want to putt.
Pierce is 27% from circle 2 this weekend. Just left on that bid for a 2, a chance for Tatar to grab the solo lead.
Kristen is very close.
Takes advantage nicely, your new solo leader. We've had all the different variations of the lead today so far.
Back and forth and back and forth.
Here's 4 par. Holcomb drops in par. and Scoggins with an absolute dropper for her par as well. Here is your Paragon notable statistics for Tatar and Pierce. It's the putting for Pierce. And tee to green is where Tatar's getting them.
But, you know, so many of those statistics are pretty comparable.
They are, yeah. They're very close.
It's anyone's game. And it's just a matter of keeping it in the middle of the fairway. Don't get too vested in the outcome versus the other person. Just keep to your own game, because any of these holes, there can be a 2 or even 3 stroke swing.
We've seen it already.
It's just, you've got to keep clean.
Alexis Mandujano for birdie.
And 8 is a very, very scoreable hole.
And here's Val on the chase card, making a birdie. They're both even on the day, it looked like, or?
Yeah, even or a couple under is a great score.
Tatar on the 8th. That looks like the shot, Elaine. Oh, it is. So good.
That is fantastic. This is a really unique hole. The first shot is blind. It's very downhill, and then a big right curve. So as we see, many of these women are choosing the sidearm.
Oh, and some sniffles and a Firebird in her hand.
She's deciding whether to sneeze. We couldn't see where that landed. It can kick in a good way, or it can kick in a very punishing way on this hole. You don't want to be short. If anything, on the sidearm, you want to push it long.
I'm hearing it might have kicked short right of the corner.
That is a very bad spot to be in.
Hokum on 8. This is an insanity.
And guys, Owens actually did.
She's throwing a driver.
Owens kicked short and left of the fairway. She is going to have a straight-on shot, but she is way back on the edge of the fairway.
Thank you, Terry. Pierce with the fierce.
Although Paige has a great sidearm, she has decided for this particular shot, a slow turnover gives her the best chance of hitting the fairway. And it's going to hold a little bit deep.
Terry, do you have eyes on that one? What's her
yeah, she's on the left side, and she was going to be pinched up against some trees. However, with being on the left side, she got a little bit of a cut roll, and she's going to have a lane to punch all the way out. She's about 320 from the pin, but she should have an open alley to at least get aggressive and make some solid progress.
Cool. Let's fly this tricky hole 8th, Elaine.
Yeah, so here you can see just like downhill. It's only maybe 125, 150-ish to the corner, and then it's quite a sharp turn, and it's blind at this point. So you have to have practiced it many times. Fairway to the left, fairway to the right, kind of random smattering of trees, and again, that's what it makes it so fun. That second shot is different every time. But for the women to score a birdie, all you need to do is keep it on the fairway, progress 250, 200 feet, do that again, and you're at the pin.
We are with Scoggins now. So short and right of the corner?
Yeah, it's
tough to tell.
Just not a good place to
Yeah,
be. She's
wherever
not
she
going
is.
to be able to make a whole lot of progress. And here's where you can't get too greedy, and it's just so important to get out cleanly, get yourself on the fairway, and consider any distance to just be a bonus.
That is the rock for Owen. So slow it down, hopefully keeping it in the middle.
Well, I like the way she just picked the biggest gap there to try and guarantee yourself some forward progress.
Valerie Mandujana on the tee of 9. Good looking spin.
Hitting that right side fairway perfectly. It's okay that she kind of over-hyzered it because there are alleyways to the left and right to the basket.
And Hannah. Wow.
Great looking shot. That went so far.
Her arm speed is silly good.
And that makes it a whole lot easier when you can be that far off the tee on your first shot.
Way up there. Your score is Tatar. Built herself a 1-stroke lead over the 5-time.
Big battle for 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, Sarah and Owen are playing great today.
And the Mandujano sisters would love to get in the conversation for a 3rd or 4th spot. They're just a few strokes off.
Yeah. They're in the battle for best Mandujano right now.
I wonder if one has to buy the other ice cream.
Friendly wager.
A tough lie.
It is a tough lie, Owen. Throwing 3 on 8.
Oh, and unfortunately, she didn't get much progress on the second shot.
Emperor Brown. Oh no. She is playing some army golf here, Elaine.
Left, right, left, right.
Yep.
That at least looked like she gained some distance.
Yeah, I think so. Val's 2nd on 9.
Nice shot.
In the circle.
That is close enough to get her a birdie look.
Yeah. And Paige Pierce. And
lots of options here. She's
Yeah.
actually landed in the almost the best possible spot. That little tree on the right might be in her way of her back swing.
Yeah, let's see if she takes her 11 inches back from the marker.
Oh, you read her mind. And always a good idea to announce to the group so that they can check your stance and let you know if they see any problems. You know, speak now.
Mm-hmm.
But she's taking that 11 inches back and not marking her disc so that she can have a more comfortable arm swing.
Taking the Anheuser line? Looks like the biggest gap,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
it?
you have to take an Anheuser from there.
Don't hit that. Oh.
And a little army golf for Pierce as well, but not quite so bad. She's mostly
She is on
the
the fairway.
Yeah.
That's a tough shot she had because in order not to smack your hand against the tree, you actually have to keep your weight on your back foot instead of moving a weight forward to the front foot. So that's not the way you practice.
Yeah, ideally when you throw all your weights on your front foot, right?
Exactly.
Tatar in beautiful position off the tee.
She's got a wicked sidearm and she can just let it fly.
Oh, cut down with a little bit of life left in it. Easy par, though.
That's okay. You just want to make progress and stay on the fairway on hole 8.
And we have caught up with the fairway goddess, Katrina Allen, over on 12. Par 5. You like it, Elaine?
I'm struggling to figure out
Get
where she is
oriented,
exactly
yeah.
on hole 12.
And now back with Hokum.
She had a great drive as well. So she is perhaps tasting an eagle here. She just can't get too excited about it and just keep it very smooth. Turning over that vanish slightly, get as much distance up the fairway as she can.
Oh, excuse me, I forgot this was playing as a par 5. Oh, Sarah. Hokum.
Oh, look at that little bump, just bumped her forward, and she's got a really viable eagle look.
That is a circle 2 bid for Hokum. Sarah right at 29% on those looks this weekend. This is Kona on 9.
Beautifully centered on a nice gap.
That's
And with the new tee on hole 9, birdies are abundant.
That is also a drop-in birdie for Hannah and Kona. We are back with Owen, who's throwing her 4th. This one on the fairway enough.
Yeah, now of course the situation is she could lose 2 or 3 strokes to Sarah Holcomb on this hole. It sets up for a backhand. And she should be able to get to the green with a well-executed shot. And indeed, just so consistent.
Yeah. Great par save after being really out of position off the tee. Henna's drive, the best of the bunch on 9. Here was that approach.
Just a lazy little putter shot.
Oh, wow. That was somebody else parked for birdie. Back with Pierce, throwing 3 on 8.
And although hole 8 is a par 5, these women will be disappointed if they don't get a 4.
Yes. Mandujano on 9. There's a birdie look. The rest of the card has drop-ins. Star framing it for the chase card on 9. Killer.
Hole 9 is 510 feet. It's got a bend in it. It's slightly uphill, but again, it's one of the more scoreable holes on this course for the FPO division.
And Tatar just lays up with her 3rd. Drop in birdie. Coming ahead to Allen. Hole 12.
And that looks like it was a pretty good shot. She is most likely in putting territory.
Back to Sarah Holcomb with an eagle bid on hole 8. To grab 2 more strokes on Owen Scoggins.
Good run, and it sat.
Just not getting that extra little same.
Just keep letting them fall. One of them's going to fall.
She makes that one, you start thinking about maybe she could take this down. You know? But still, should snag a birdie. Pierce. Birdie look of her own. Let's stay 1 back. Holcomb, the comeback birdie putt.
Nicely done. And isn't it wonderful to hear the songbirds while you're walking through this wonderful property in Wildwood Park?
And Tatar for birdie and to maintain a 1-stroke lead. Scoggins saves par. And while they walk to the next break on the network. Tatar on your screen. T of 9. Royal Grace.
This is where last round she put herself into a little bit of trouble, and just the fight seemed to go out of her for a few holes, but not today. She's punched that beautifully down the fairway.
This is Allen for birdie on 12.
And she is on a tear. Wow. 5 down.
Maybe she's thinking about third place. Back to Hokum with an insanity. Allen is fighting back for the 5th card.
And we see Sarah Hokum taking the route less traveled.
Yeah.
That is a very viable route over there to the left and quite favorable to a sidearm thrower.
Paige Pierce next up with a Zeus.
Oh, well, I can still hit the gap from there.
That was pulled too much and it hit that tiny tree on the right side.
We've seen that one catch a couple people.
Yeah, and Paige has unfortunately a couple of times thrown it too straight ahead of herself, so she tried to correct but overcorrected.
Great drive from Owen.
Owen loves a hyzer.
She is up, but they will not be walking far. Pierce caught a very early tree. Fortunate kick, though, right?
And you heard her just keep really positive.
I can hit the gap from there.
Yeah, exactly. No worries. I got it. Never mind, folks.
Same disc. Well, same disc, different color.
Oh, hey. What?
Well, the first mistake wasn't bad, but this has put her into a wide open spot. But I think there's a bunch of stuff.
Let's ask Terry.
That she's going to have to get through.
Terry, you're down there. Do you have eyes on Paige's, what will now be her 3rd shot? Yeah, look, we're in that low, that low signal area, rough area for signal on the course. Find out when we get there.
And yesterday, this is where the tables turned for Kristen, who was leading, versus Paige, and it's looking right now like the reverse might be happening.
Kind of that middle stretch has really been Kristen's downfall, hasn't it? Paige grabbing range for her 3rd shot already. On this par 4, and she is hundreds of feet away, right?
She is, and you can see from the catch cam that Paige was correct. There was some room to work with out there, and she's wondering if she can get up into the circle from where she is.
What a beautiful shot from the catch cam there. Really showing us what Paige has to work with.
She hit
World
the gap.
Champ things right there, Elaine.
That was a magnificent shot.
Got to edge of circle, it looks like, for her par save attempt. Impressive. I'm gonna roll back a Zuka replay of that Paige Pierce shot. Heart of a champion right here.
Wow. And who would have thought after the first 2 shots that she'd be looking for a par?
Did not look like that was the outcome coming.
Now, despite the fact that she is getting a par, as we've seen before, this whole is very scoreable for a birdie, and the remainder of the field has put themselves in position to do just that.
While we wait, over to 13 and Katrina Allen, her second. Par 3, just looking to get up and down and possibly save par. Looks like she's decently down there, isn't she?
Yeah, she's well down there on the left, and she's just got kind of a straight look at it. And
oh, nice.
When you're far enough, like close to pin high, it really opens up there. Now Sarah Holcomb has turned the disc too much, and it's got caught in those little scrubby trees.
This is just jail, isn't it? Yep, that's the smart place.
Out and around.
Do you think she's going to go for the long fairway?
It looks like that is where she's aiming out, but honestly, just get around that stuff. She is across the path, so she should be able to get up and down from there. It's just a matter of weaving through the trees when you're across the path. A lot of trees, but randomly spaced, a lot of room between them.
Own. Her second on the par 4 ninth.
And she's taking the wider route to the basket.
Another chef's kiss for Own.
Yeah, she didn't hit that tree very much. And that's when you get favorable kisses, is when you're just barely off your line.
Straightened her out right at the bucket. We are on hole 11 with Mandujano.
A lazy late anhyzer is what's needed here. And it hyzers out a little bit at the end, but it's looking good for her.
Holcomb, her third.
She can get up and down if she hits her gap.
I thought that was going in.
You know, if you're going to hit a tree, the very last tree is the one to hit.
Wise words. Back down the fairway we go for Tatar. The drive looked great, but
yeah, lovely position.
Yeah, she's great.
She can go for that wider gap up to the right of the basket, and it should be a routine up and down.
oh, found a tree out in circle 2, unfortunately. Missed the gap.
Yeah, again, that's a bit of an unforced error. You need to decide if you're going to go to the left of it or the right of it. And unfortunately, she split the difference. But I think she can still putt her way out of it.
Oh, yeah. Kristen at 19% on her circle 2 makes this weekend.
And I think that's only because some of her circle 2 makes are
Exactly.
the far side of circle
Yeah,
2, not the
yep.
near side of circle 2.
Yeah, her percentage gets a lot higher once she gets close to that circle 1. And she's not too far out here.
And being forced to do a straddle is no problem. That is her preferred putting style.
For at least one more stroke on Pierce.
Ever so slightly short.
But at minimum, we'll keep pace with Pierce, who has a circle 2 look for par.
Pierce needs this.
Kisses off the chains. That's one more stroke lead for Tatar.
Well, it's the first putt we've seen Paige miss today.
Oh, your disc, my disc. Anybody want to look? Want to look? I'm going to jump it. Kind of looks like it already to me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So Holcomb next to act. This is also a par save attempt from edge of circle. Holcomb high.
She didn't need to jump.
Nah. We heard her talk on 8 though. She's like, I haven't been able to get the power I've been wanting, right? And maybe a little overcompensation on 9.
It sounds like it, yes. And I'm surprised what difficulty the women are finding with hole 9, which is a very scoreable hole, as I've said before.
510-foot
par 4.
Yeah. We saw the chase card absolutely just crush it. Star framed it. Holcomb's bogey comeback. Good putt from Sarah. That's going to be Sarah's first bogey on the day. She's still 1 under on the round 2 overall. Pierce, bogey. Drops 1 more stroke to the Estonian. Kristen will have a 2-stroke lead as they head to 10. Scoggins. Birdie. This grabs 2 strokes on Holcomb, Elaine. We got to watch that battle, don't we?
And we knew it was going to be a battle. Both excellent players.
They are tied at 2 down.
And I might add, both aged players.
Yeah, it's a big swing hole for our 3rd place battle and our 1st place battle, thanks to the struggles with Pierce.
She just hangs on too much. Maybe just trying to get too much distance.
Ugh. And then finally getting back on track with this.
Yeah.
This is like a 350, 360-foot shot here.
And you can hear her say, go, 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 go,
Yeah.
go, 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 go. And it did.
Gave her a chance to save par and
so much chain.
Unfortunately, a bogey for the 5 time. Finds herself 2 back with 9 to play. The first major of the year. Allen trying to save par on 13. You saw the approach. Great, great 3. It's an uncommon 2. That nearly
Yeah, just a
400
little
feet.
bit too long for the women to get a 2 on it.
And Katrina in the top 6 from the 5th card.
And she is from the 5th card.
Up
The
12,
5th
12
card.
spots on a final day at a major. Katrina Allen thinks.
And she's just got the fire in her. She must be so frustrated with her first 3 rounds, and now it's coming together, and she feels like herself.
Scoggins with an Emperor.
Wow, she's going to have to push it up really far forward to get around.
Did she? I think it's...
She actually
Is it wide
over
enough?
Anheusered it, and she's in a good place.
Nice. Yeah, that angle kind of opens up the second shot for her. Tatar.
We've seen Kristen do a layup the last 3 rounds. It's looking like that's the same strategy. And it's a little bit on the inside. But she's not in trouble. It's just she's not in a scoreable position.
It is Pierce or Holcomb. They're figuring that out. Should be Sarah. Yes, it is. Sarah has an Insanity.
Insanity is a straight to slightly flippy flyer, so a great choice. Because what she wants to do is get as far straight forward as possible, and she just threw it dead straight there.
I actually have one of those in the bag.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, yeah. Paige Pierce looked like she is going to go with the passion.
And she can get it around the corner with this disc.
Quicker.
She hung it wide. It's still going, but I don't think it got out of that left-hand rough. over to Valerie Mandujano. That was on hole 12. Excuse me, this is on 11.
Should be a routine up and down as it is.
Let's check in on that cash line. This is like the most important cash line ever.
This is like a crazy cash line. Usually the cash line is like $185 maybe. It's $1,000.
It's $1,000.
And so Lisa Fakis, Kat Merch are on the correct side of it. Jennifer Allen, Evelina on
Chloe
just on the
Alice
wrong
has been
side of
having
it.
a great weekend.
But yeah, they're one stroke back from that cash line. So really big difference between 16 and 17.
That's making your week or not, you know?
Oh gosh, it's a new experience.
Yeah.
For these
It
women
really
to
is.
just have that much of a difference between cash and not.
The field has gotten so deep with talent. Pierce, left-hand side of fairway.
Yeah, she was an early release. I think, you know, the tendency is to release it early to let the passion go to the right, but in fact, you're looking more for a hyzer flip.
We're gonna have this high. Yeah.
Pierce looking at options, but none of them appealing.
She can get a little distance if she hits that gap, which is all she needs. If she can get 150 feet, she can get up and down from there with a good third shot.
Yes.
Pierce loves it. And kind of to the corner.
Yeah, that gets her past the corner.
Oh, nice. That was a well-executed tough shot. Margin for error very thin. And she did rule number 1 of WR Jackson, which is get back on the fairway.
Exactly. Yeah, Kristen, like not a bad shot, but just unfortunately such an awkward position.
So she's still well back at the corner, Elaine?
She's right at the corner.
Right at the corner, okay.
She's saying, turn, turn, which it does.
Yeah. Geez, what?
Fine shot.
Yeah. Over to Katrina Allen's second on hole 14. 14 a par 4.
Looks like she got snagged on something on the first shot.
That's
but,
into the green.
Wow. She took that left side on hole 14. And we'll see more of that in a few minutes. Own, lovely drive. And now she is in a position where she can decide what type of throw she wants to do to try and get it through those guardian trees to the green. She's got probably over 300 feet left to bite off.
Screaming low Anheuser from Scoggins and got off fairway. But looked like it kicked back on after the tree kick. This is Val Mandujano's second on hole 12.
And she's going for that wider outside gap and put herself in a great position. Sarah with the best drive of the group.
She doesn't look happy with positioning, though, does she?
It's very awkward, that second shot. As you can see from the catch cam, there aren't that many trees in the way, but they are completely randomly scattered. So it's always a decision of, am I going to go to the left side or the right side of this? And if I do that, then, you know, do I have to have a stable disc or an understable disc? So she's making all those calculations. Just going with understable. And she hit it perfectly. Look at that.
Hokum.
What a skilled shot.
Way to fight back after that bogey on 9.
That is such a difficult shot she just executed, and it just went according to game plan.
Looks like she'll grab solo third again, as Own still well back on fairway.
You know, and this feeling of weaving between the trees exactly the way you imagined is what makes you feel so great about playing this course. And it's that kind of high feeling that the players love about the course.
And back now with Pierce for her third.
And she's got options left to right or right to left. Right to left it is. Very nicely executed.
Your teammate Madison Walker and has Calvin Heimberg on the bag, who's going to be on our final card later today.
Calvin Heimberg is her homie from Florida.
Yeah.
Those two have traveled together, very comfortable with each other's company, and what an outstanding caddy to have in Calvin Heimberg.
Tough to do better. Tatar's third.
That harp is just going for the basket.
It's doing what Kristen's harp does. Hanging out in that bullseye, or just outside. Sarah maybe checking a little U-disc there. Scoggins.
Yep.
It's her third, and she is under for a drop in 4. But that will most likely drop a stroke, Sarah Hokum.
Yeah, as well as Scoggins played the hole, when you have two magnificent drives like Sarah did, you're still losing a stroke.
You are. Yeah, she did throw 2 perfect shots. And this is our Eric hole. Early recognition is critical. Disc golf saving lives. Pierce. %100% today from C1X.
And after that really tough lie from the first shot, it's great to see her come back to make par, not lose any ground.
Tatar to hold on to 2 strokes. Hokum a birdie and solo third. Over to Valerie Mandujano on 12.
That's her third shot, and she is attacking the green. Beautiful.
Dang, Val.
She's been so consistent all tournament, just playing these well-controlled shots.
This is Katrina for birdie on hole 14.
Right now, she is tied with Valerie Mandujana. That would put her into 5th alone if she makes it.
Katrina. What a day. She is 6 down with a clean scorecard.
And more opportunities to get under par. And this is the way Katrina usually plays this course.
Yeah.
It's hard to know what was going wrong with the first 3 rounds, but she certainly found her form today.
They are watching Sarah Hokum on the tee of 11. Sarah is grabbing the insanity again.
420 feet, very slight right-hand turn.
This is where we saw those incredible drives from Alice and Pierce yesterday.
And Hokum doesn't have that distance, but with the insanity, which is a slightly flippy disc, she gave it a bit of hyzer, and it just had a very controlled, gentle hyzer.
Scoggins.
Nothing gentle about Scoggins.
Well, that's a great drive.
That is a great position for her, but a very different plan of attack. She took a very stable disc, turned it over hard, and then let it come out.
And now Tatar.
She had a real yank on this yesterday. Corrected that nicely today. Beautifully controlled shot. Well done. So whatever energy lapse she had yesterday, she has conquered it today.
Pierce with a Zeus.
She wants to remember what she did yesterday. Use that muscle memory. Don't overthink it. I like it.
Paige is putting for birdie. Quick word from our sponsors. Back to the network in just a few moments.
Every summer, hundreds of disc golfers flock to the greater Peoria, Illinois area to compete in the sport's richest and most charitable event, the Ledgestone Open. But what does Ledgestone look like for the rest of the year? On the surface, Ledgestone is one of disc golf's leading retailers, but look a little closer and you'll find a group of motivated individuals providing the best possible service to the disc golf community. So whether you're building a bag, wanting to support your favorite pro, or looking to add to your disc golf wardrobe, choose the retailer that's as passionate about the sport as you are. Choose Ledgestone.
Champion, Katrina Allen! World champion, James
Paige Pierce, huge drive on 11 before break. Opportunity to grab a stroke. Clean putt.
She didn't give it as much torque as she did yesterday. This is maybe a little bit more of a conservative throw, but with still the opportunity to make a birdie.
Hokum. Second on 11.
That's just what you want to do if you don't have a 420-foot drive.
Exactly.
Just
drop it.
Put it somewhere on the fairway and just make that routine upshot.
Scoggins next to act. Big approach for him. Next is Tatar and doesn't even want to run this one. She'll just concede par. She was pretty far away, wasn't she?
She was pretty far away, but Paige doesn't have a gimme by any means, so no point doing anything crazy.
Valerie Mandujano for birdie on 12.
Well, we saw that beautiful third shot just leaves her not much more than a tap in, and she's a couple under par.
Yeah, even on the events. 2 under today, yep. Paige Pierce, circle 2, look for birdie. Pierce, 25% from circle 2 on the weekend.
That looks so good out of her hand.
Huge putt from the 5-time.
She is fighting. She wants to win the major and tie Valerie Jenkins
is so competitive
for the most majors won in FPO.
Getting some love from her closest competitor there. Tatar's lead is down to 1. Paige now 28% from circle 2 after that make. Tatar, Hokum, Scoggins drop in pars. They all lose a stroke to this woman who made a huge birdie putt. It was perfect, Elaine.
Couldn't ask for a more centered putt.
Big time putt from a big time player. And Elaine, you just mentioned this. Paige Pierce chasing Valerie Jenkins for that major crown.
And the chance to have the bet one against Paul Macbeth, the race to 20 majors won.
You know, there's some good money on the line there.
Their sponsor is fueling them with the reward of some cash.
It's a pretty good motivator. Although I don't think Paige needs any more
they don't
motivation.
need it. No, neither does
of those
Paul.
two. We're with Katrina on the tee of 15, demanding tee shot. Oh, she's thrown it beautifully.
She nailed it perfectly. She loves doing an Anheuser.
That was perfect. And Val Mandujano, I believe we're on 13.
And the key on 13 is don't overturn it. It's better to be off a little bit to the left than off to the right.
I think she made that exact mistake. The left one, not the right one.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, we're always good for a cute dog shot. Production. If you want to see cute dogs and awesome disc golf, you got to watch one of these in person, Elaine. It's so fun.
Yeah, and the crowds are gathering. We can only see a portion of the crowd here. There's a lot more up the fairway.
What a beautiful day to watch some disc golf.
And this is perhaps the signature hole of the course. You can go to the right of the clump of trees. You can go to the left of the clump of trees. But you want to get past them for your best opportunity.
Ooh, that is a shank. Into the meat of the forest, it looks like, Elaine.
Yeah, she meant for that disc to have some turn, hitting the left gap, and unfortunately it just went dead straight.
Sarah Hokum.
She's going to take that same route, left to right.
Also we're going relay for Hokum.
A very neutral flying disc to give her the distance that she's looking for.
Is she okay over there?
Yeah, she just faded a tiny bit early. If you can get past that clump of trees, that's a great shot. And this is a very scoreable birdie for the women. And in fact, they're looking to get a 4 on this hole. Nobody really wants to walk away with a 5. You don't feel like you've done anything particularly good with a 5.
Destroyer for Scoggins.
Going to the right side, getting it a little bit of Anheuser, looking for it to flex back. Exactly what it does.
Great drive.
Really good position.
I feel like Owen's throwing farther than she used to as well. She's putting him out there. Tatar.
Oh, look at that drive. That is enormous. It actually hit that little stump.
So that's what Paige was trying to do, correct?
Exactly.
Over to Natalie Ryan on 15. She's going to be leaving with a Rectech grill at minimum and trying to hold on to that $1,000. She's right around that cash line.
And this is a blind approach shot that goes downhill. So she's got to give that disc some turn.
It went in.
It went in?
No way.
Oh my God. So let me tell you, there is a golden Bushnell on the line for an ace or the farthest throw-in.
That's got to be
That is absolutely the farthest throw-in. And what a magnificent shot. She can't see it from where she is. She's just gauging where she needs to throw.
Had to ask if it stayed in.
A 2.
She's going to leave with all the hardware except for the Champions Cup. She's got the grill and the Bushnell now.
It's going to be hard to beat that throw.
Making out like a bandit. And she's above cash line too. She'll get $1,000, a grill, and a Bushnell.
And she's just feeling so excited now.
On a bad weekend. And Pierce. Let's see where she got to. Oh, hopefully it didn't kick too far off the fairway, Elaine.
Just need to be right of the stump. Open with that left gap. Yeah. Well, basket's
Looks like
that
Paige
way.
is going to elect to jump putt out.
Foot good. Basket's that way.
Just get her spot. Smart golf.
She's such an experienced and humble golfer. You heard her talking about par. You know, she's not going to try to do anything crazy to try and get a
hero birdie. Allen on 15, her third. And she does tap in the par, we can confirm. Not as exciting as Natalie Ryan, but still a solid score on 15. That one can get away from you.
At this point in hole 12, you've got an option to go around to the right side, which is the wider fairway, but you need to travel more distance. Or the left fairway that Sarah is lining herself up against. It's a much narrower fairway, but it is a fair bit shorter distance to the basket. I'm pretty sure she's got a relay in her hand again. That's her go-to for just a nice, straight, flat shot. Nope, she decided to go around to the right side, which is the more wide open shot. So playing the odds.
Percentages, yeah. We are with Ryan on 16.
Can she control her adrenaline after that throw?
I'm always good for a 5 after an ace. I don't know about you.
Ooh, that fell down to the right. I'm not quite sure where she landed. There is out of bounds down there.
Correct.
Not sure if she quite reached it, though. Scoggins with a great throw. She should be looking for that outer right alleyway. That's your easiest way to get just a stress-free birdie, in fact, because it's a par 5.
Oh, yeah.
And a very scoreable hole. When you're right up at the stump, then the left alleyway opens up.
Firing it down the gap.
It needs to hyzer in. Come on, hyzer in.
There it goes.
Yeah, a little bit of a late hyzer, but she's in very good position.
And back to Pierce throwing 3. Standstill?
Nope, she's clearing
in
her stance.
I don't know if you noticed the other day, Casey White just laid down. So that whole 6 feet was his stance. I loved it.
Danger there is if you throw it too high or you have a disc that's too stable, it can bail into the woods, which is in the middle of those two fairways, and it looks like she executed the shot really well. Tatar has something similar she's looking at. You want to go mostly straight and just gently go around the corner. And so you have to gauge how far you want to throw and what disc.
Tatar's second has a one-stroke lead on Pierce on the event, and she's already one stroke ahead of her on this hole. See if she can take advantage. Looks like that might have leaked into that middle area, Elaine.
Yeah, I don't think she pulled it widely enough and maybe hit some cabbage and put her in a non-favorable position. The crowd was eerily quiet after that shot.
We are with Allen on 16.
The Anheuser Goddess, this hole just lays right out for her
That looked
favorite
early.
throw.
Oh, that's a kick, and she loves it. That was headed towards OB, correct?
Yes, it was. There's OB down there, and she looks grateful.
Maybe that was the correction for that mid-round slump we've been seeing. Keep it hydrated. Did you? That's important.
I imagine her adrenaline is coursing through her veins today, as with Pierce. When the battle is so tight and the stakes are so high, your adrenaline is actually your friend if you know how to control it. The adrenaline makes you throw farther. It keeps you more focused.
Holcomb's third.
And she's got some adrenaline of her own. She is feeling good today.
Sarah Holcomb with a one-stroke lead for Scoggins over for third.
And that ended up shorter than she would have liked.
It's a $700 difference between third and fourth, so that's something to play for.
Yeah, that'll put some gas in your vehicle.
Yeah. These days, that might almost fill up a Honda Civic. Katrina Allen, her second, should work for a par.
I know that particular gully there.
Yeah.
I've been in there many a time. Scoggins, just almost nothing between her and the basket. There's a couple of trees right at the end.
You have a little headwind.
Is it Piggy Piggy?
It's Piggy Piggy. Owen's gonna make a pig fly.
Oh, that's way wide.
It is. Which would have been okay if it was lower. Oh.
Oh, well,
Or higher, I meant. But
does a pig usually skip like
Not
that?
like that.
Sort of 90 degrees at the end?
I don't. Maybe that wasn't a pig.
Maybe that hit something.
Yeah, something. That was wild. And back down the fairway we go for Tatar's third.
But she's not in horrible trouble. We've seen that shot come out of her hand so many times.
This forehand Annie with the harp that just has the perfect speed and angle on it almost every time somehow.
Somehow. It's hours and hours and hours of practice. But that did catch some cabbage right close to the basket, and it...
It's Tatar's tot.
Well, it looks like she's having a great time just walking through the forest.
It's a beautiful park. Get to be outside on a beautiful day, hanging out with Joe. And back with Pierce. Paige throwing 4 from about where Kristen was, maybe just a couple feet in front, Elaine?
Yeah, she had just a little bit too much hyzer finish on that disc. That's a shot where you might want to disc down, and I don't think either of the women did. Yeah,
that's really smart.
But I think she's got a line to get her close enough to the green.
up and down most likely keeps her just one back. As Kristen has a long look for birdie.
Yeah, getting in that gully is absolutely fine. It's not very far from there to the basket. Scramble skills for these two women are becoming key, aren't they?
Yeah. We are with Katrina Allen on the tee of 17.
It's an accuracy challenge, and she is...
Oh.
She got through the first gauntlet.
Yeah.
It's actually not a problem to hit that last tree. That puts her square in the fairway. It's a par 4 hole. She can gain her par.
Hokum. Her 4th on the par 5.
And she's too far away to putt, so she's just going to chip one up there, take her par.
A little envy approach for Sarah.
Yep.
Fine.
Put it in the gully right in front of the basket. It's a good stop.
Valerie Mandujano is battling with Katrina for 5th, and that's not going to help her campaign.
You know, and you saw her run up. Her run up was right straight at that tree and not at the gap.
Looking like... Well, Katrina didn't get off the tee clean on 17 either. So that's going to be a tough par, isn't it?
I think it's a routine par,
You think
actually.
so? Okay.
Her next shot, she just needs to get to the top of the hill.
Okay.
Boy, Kristen would love to put this in. And she did not.
Not a good effort. Never really got it chain high.
She just looked like she didn't feel comfortable or committed with that putt. And honestly, if you miss it and you get behind that tree that has the multiple trunks that spread out, you can find yourself in a really awkward position.
Looking at a par putt for Sarah Hokum.
Solid.
So consistent.
And the crowd is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And what a beautiful day to be a spectator at disc golf.
Championship Sunday, the Champions Cup. Pierce to stay one back.
That was a good reset. She looked like she doubted her putt. She just stepped back, tried it again. No matter how short the putt, if you're not feeling good, don't throw it. You've got a full 30 seconds.
This is a birdie look for Scoggins. And to tie Sarah for 3rd. Count it, Elaine.
And Scoggins just chipped away at the hole, and you know,
kind of for the shortest thrower is the only one to get the birdie here.
It's not hard to get the birdie. You just have to kind of be humble and not try and bite off too much.
I like it. We are back with Katrina on 17.
And she just needs to get it up to the top of the hill. It looked like it is a little bit to the right. I think she can still get up and down there if she's not in too encumbered a position.
Looks like she might be snagging a bogey. We'll find out when we come back from this break.
Hey everyone, I'm Katrina Allen, and I'm here with my SP Vortex. We ran a limited number in the SP plastic to commemorate my 6th PDGA Player of the Year. We also incorporated my new logo. The Vortex is a understable fairway driver. Instead of forcing my mids, I like to use this. I like to pop it on some hyzer, let the disc do all the work. Lots of glide, understable, great in the woods, great for easy distance. You can find these at discgolf.com/Katrina.
This is Valerie Mandujano's fourth.
Yeah, we saw her hit that tree kind of right ahead of her. Beautiful approach shots.
Bogey for Val.
And you can see how much turn Owen gave that disc. I mean, she wanted to prevent diving into the right side too early, and she's a little bit overcorrected. I think she might struggle to get up and down from where she is.
Pierce with the passion.
That looks well executed with that understable fairway. And just gets way, way down to give her a really no pressure, short sort of jumper putt for the 3.
And back with Katrina Allen on 17, her third.
And she's got a clear space in front of her. And Anheuser, that looks like a great shot.
Great way to save par. Hokum.
I'm guessing that's probably a relay. She just wants to keep it really, really straight, not looking to bite off too much distance. And lovely in the fairway. That's all you want to do on this hole.
Tatar.
Another beautifully well-controlled shot. Looks like at least 3 of the women are within a few feet of each other, you know, well down the fairway.
Yeah. This one feels like a highway. And thank you guys so much for tuning in today. If you're subscribed thanks to your PDGA membership, consider throwing the Disc Golf Network a subscribe. You get a lot more disc golf that way. And if you're watching on YouTube, also would have got 4 times the disc golf.
If you're watching on YouTube, you missed all the lead up to this. Come on. It doesn't cost that much. And for you who are subscribers and you've got all kinds of, you know, hangers-oners on your sofa here this Easter Sunday, tell them to, like, get their own network subscription. Come on.
Or at least bring a 6-pack. Henna Blabroos. Putting for birdie on 14. Oh.
And she's making a putt on 14.
Nice, Henna.
And Henna's been playing pretty consistently. I know she's just had like maybe a couple of holes where she struggled, but all in all, managing the course pretty well. And you know it's her first time here.
That's right.
Oh, Owen is okay. She must have hit something and come back to the fairway. She's in good position.
Great shot from Scott.
I thought she might have been in trouble, but as it turns out, she landed in a good place.
She is in circle 1, putting for par. Allen, here's where she ended up and to save par. You called it, Elaine. You knew she'd save it.
It is forgiving enough. I mean, the key is to get through that first gauntlet. If you hit early there, then you're in trouble.
That's still a clean card for Allen. 6 down today.
When you can make all your birdies count on a course like this, which is just so unforgiving for an errant lie, you can get a bogey in a hurry. That is a spectacular round that Katrina Allen is having.
Hokum, they're calling this on the fairway, so outside all circles for her birdie look. She will go back to that NB, excuse me, for her approach. Who caught a tree on the way in there?
Yeah, it was really very high.
It was.
Shot.
I seem to... Here are our 10-10 disc hot rounds of the day, and Katrina Allen and Owen Scoggins is a 4 down. Wow, that was sneaky.
Emily Beach. She's way down there after the first few rounds, and she's looking to get her way into the cash. And there's that snake that we've been seeing every day.
Oh, yeah.
And what type of snake did you say it
Someone
was?
said it was a crayfish snake. But I don't know if I buy that.
You folks at home, what do you think?
I don't know. Shoot us a text. Tatar for birdie.
Oh, she's got a long look at it.
Off the catcher koozie. At least a drop in par.
She gave it kind of a safe go. It is on a bit of a knoll, and if you give it too much aggression, you can find yourself down the other side, perhaps rolling down the hill. So you want to give it a kind of a measured go at it like Kristen did.
Earlier in this week, I saw Conrad give it a long bit, and he had almost circle's edge on the way back. Pierce for birdie, and to tie for the lead.
Stay up. Let's go.
Let's go.
She is something special. She rises to the occasions.
She does. She is just like the adrenaline is working for her. She's feeling great. She's feeling aggressive and feeling like not aggressive, oh, I need this. Aggressive, oh, I want this.
What a gamer. And Hokum found that tree on her way in and has a little more meat left on this par putt than intended.
Hard to tell, but
It's either Hokum or Scoggins. Looks like it'll be Hokum. Sounds like we're close to hole one.
We're very close to hole one. Yeah, you can hear the announcer for some of the men's cards. Oh, good for her. That was a must-make putt with Owen Scoggins on her tail.
From circle two.
I mean, that was an unforced error, but she didn't let it get her down.
She totally redeemed herself.
Yeah. And you can see Sarah's feeling really comfortable and confident as well. It's so wonderful to see so many of these top golfers just playing their best game. And that's so exciting.
And that was Scoggins with another par save. Stays at 4 down and tied with Sarah Hokum in third place. Tatar taps in par, which loses a stroke thanks to this incredible putt from Pierce. We got tie at the top.
And let's look what she did. Lean back, pushes off that left foot and stretches out. And that stretch points the disc at the basket, and she had the right height, the right amount of spin.
Pierce doing things. A quick break on the network.
You are 332 feet from the basket. You are 270 feet from the basket.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, so I'm setting up the most epic event of all time, and I'm wondering, do I need insurance?
As long as the event's in the US or Canada, insurance is included with your sanctioning agreement.
Okay, awesome, because we're trying this cool new thing where we have an alligator pit on the 18th green. It's gonna be epic.
Insurance or not, I don't think having literal death putts is a good idea.
Okay, I'll consider it. Oh, no, boy, no!
Are you still there? Oh God, are you still there?
Whether you know it or not, you have a brand, and we have discs. Let's put them together and make something really cool. We've got plenty of discs and are ready to stamp or Dimax them however you'd like.
Isn't it expensive?
Well, guy who asks convenient questions, At Dynamic Discs, you can see what's available and fill out the form to see what it'll cost you before you even order. Sometimes I fill it out just for fun, because you can watch the numbers go. Anyways, head to dynamicdiscs.com/custom to place your custom order and grow your brand, whatever that is.
There is Kristen Tatar, one of your now co-leaders after Paige Pierce hit that incredible birdie putt on 13.
That's another new rule, is that you're allowed to use bathroom time. Oh, really? Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Looks like they're waiting. Let's pop ahead to some action on 18. Katrina Allen.
And hole 18 is eagleable by someone with a strong throw like Katrina.
That looked like a great drive.
Oh, yeah, that
Elaine.
skipped way up there.
And back to the tater tot. Tatar tot.
I love how you got like that cultural reference in there.
I've almost said Tatar put some sauce on that one, but I've abstained so far.
Oh.
Yeah.
It looked like that might be Katie Tetze.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Finished her round and coming to cheer on her comrade.
Pierce, you're one of your two co-leaders on the tee of 14. I believe Pierce has a Zeus in her hand. Yes.
Yeah, she did do it again. I was just about to save.
Oh, that.
It must have got a favorable kick up there. Paige has been just releasing it a little bit early. Now, it's a fair bit uphill, so when you're throwing uphill, you have to actually hang on a little bit longer than normal.
Owen Scoggins.
Owen has a lovely backhand. She puts it out wide.
Oh.
Good redirect by the tree.
Getting word Paige's drive actually kept flying quite a ways. I think she in the rough, but it got some decent distance. Back to 15 and Valerie Mandujano.
Turn, 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 turn.
Now kick.
Well, it got into the stuff, so not the position she's looking for.
We are back on 14 now with Hokum. Sarah is going with a relay.
And here's another example of disc down. That's just, kind of like a fairway driver and sneaks by the trees, but when you're up on the flat like that, that's a wonderful position.
And now Tatar. She's just explosive on the drive, Elaine.
Yeah, it was a little bit wide, but no worries. She caught a little bit of a branch there. And she's in a good position. She's got a strong sidearm.
Katrina's second on the 18th. Could she set up an eagle look?
Did it get caught up in those trees?
Wide, yeah. Could still birdie. Live with Mandujano on 15 second. Oh, that caught a tree again. Kicked left of fairway. Up and down possible.
It's still up and down to get a par on hole 15.
Elaine, we've got 4.5 holes left to go. We're knotted at the top.
And they're not easy holes. Like, big stroke swings can happen on all of them. Owen going with the sidearm, she's going to have to push that sidearm a lot forward. She is still going uphill. And if you hook into the right early, you're in big trouble. And she kind of,
Yep.
oh dear.
that cut rolled nastily.
She turned it over too much, which wouldn't be a problem except she didn't get the height.
Right.
So it's safe to say that Paige is probably going to throw from a place she's never practiced. Wandering through the woods here, she's not up though.
We're already looking.
How do you play a practice round, Elaine? Say you shank a drive, do you go throw from your shank, or?
It depends if I think that's a likely outcome in the tournament. You know, sometimes a shank drive is simply just a pitch out, so it's not particularly instructive.
Okay.
I might go back to the tee if I shank it and say, okay, well, I'm throwing the wrong disc or I'm throwing the wrong shape, and really practice that tee shot.
We are with Tatar.
That looks like it's certainly far enough forward. That's not a bad hit.
Up and down par.
Yeah, it's a tough three. It's possible, but that second shot needs to be something a little bit special. So Sarah will line up for the sidearm. In order to get it close enough to the basket, she'll have to keep it high, but make sure it pushes far enough forward before it starts veering right.
Her plan was a trace for the second shot.
Yeah, so that's quite a stable driver.
Well, that looks like it is.
Which she will give some Anheuser to, and then let the disc do the work, and hopefully skip, skip, skip. And it pushed a little too far, and it was skipping, but it hit that bit of a berm there.
Is she in circle 2?
She's a circle 2 or maybe outside circle 2.
Okay. Back on 15 with Val Mandujano, her third.
So a blind shot to try and get down close to that basket.
Oh, great shot, Val.
That is close enough to give her a really good look, maybe 20-footer.
Looking back down the fairway of 14 from the green at our growing gallery.
You did the alliteration thing again.
Did I?
Yeah. The green and the growing gallery.
Oh, you're right.
So it turns out that Paige was not deep in the woods, and maybe that's why we got the positive reaction from the crowd. So that leaves her a sidearm approach. Paige doesn't use the sidearm so much, but she's definitely got a great snap in her sidearm. And it's hooking in a bit too hard, but it's not horrible. It's just not giving her the favorable putt that she was looking for.
Over to 18. 18, right?
We're on 18, yep.
With Katrina's third.
So it looks like she hit the stuff to the right and it kicked left.
Left, okay.
So it's a bit of a kind of like almost a jump putt here.
And she has put that under the bucket for a birdie finish and a 7-down clean round. You could also come with a rating.
And that makes her feel much better than those first 3 rounds, which must have been so frustrating. So Katrina's done what she can, and it's now up to Valerie Mandujano to see if she can gain just a couple more birdies in the last few holes.
Val's 1 back after that bogey on 14. She's currently putting for par on 15.
16's birdieable. 17, what are they calling 17? A par 4. Okay. That's a tougher birdie, but 18 is very, very birdieable.
Yeah.
Owen has found herself in trouble after her second shot.
So she still needs to make the corner, yes?
Yeah, she's still well back in an awkward position to even get to the corner. So she
I
needs
see
to just
it
like
looking good?
Anheuser it, get it as close to the corner as she can, but she can still get a par. No, correction, this is a par 4 for the women, so
Yeah.
looks like Owen is looking at a bogey.
Over to Natalie Ryan punting for birdie. Oh.
And she gets it. Natalie always celebrating her good shots.
And she was below cash line earlier this round. Great performance at the Eagle on 15.
And what's her position right now?
She is in tied for 8th.
Oh my gosh, she has really jumped
Yeah,
up the
she's up 10
cube.
spots today. And back to 14 for Tatar's third.
Nice big gap there for the sidearm.
I don't think she minds that redirection.
No, I don't think that did much to the disc.
No, not
Just
a ton.
slowed it down a touch. Katie Tata taking the bag for Kristen. And, you know, it's about that time in the round where it is kind of nice to have someone carrying the bag, especially because the up and down for the last few holes.
Scoggins fourth.
A little bit wide, but no problem for Owen Scoggins with her putting statistics.
Gosh, well, let's see. I'm going to see what it is now. 97% it's up to.
Oh my gosh. Is that for the tournament?
The whole tournament.
So, like, she's missed one circle one putt?
That's probably it, huh? Yeah. That's wild.
It was probably pouring down with rain on her or something at the time.
Send it.
Paige Pierce not far behind at 91%
Oh, sorry.
C1X.
My bad.
That putting has really kept her in it this weekend. Hokum.
She's got a clear look, but it's a long, long look. Good miss.
So bad it's good again.
Whew.
Such a disc golf thing. You know, having a worse shot have a better outcome.
Yeah, it's better to be way off than slightly off.
Yeah,
Slightly off, you hit the tree. Way off, you go around the tree on the other side.
Exactly.
Paige would love to putt this, but I don't know if she has enough of a gap. That leaning tree just stymies
really never
everything.
stopped her before, Elaine. It didn't stop her there either.
Yeah.
The most aggressive putter onto her.
Or Annie, she's calling for. She didn't get it.
I wonder if that 7 from Katrina might be the course record.
Well, we'll leave that as
Yeah.
a pregnant pause
Yeah, we'll see
after
if we-
that question.
I know our stat folk are hot on it right now.
I think more impressively, that was bogey-free. On a
Bogey-free, 7 down.
course where it's so hard to play clean. Of course, Owen Scoggins was bogey-free, but I believe on this hole,
Yeah,
she's
you're
going to
right.
card her first bogey.
That was barely over the rim for Pierce.
Yep, it was good enough. And
Good
she
enough.
gives the basket a little hug.
Scoggins for bogey. I talked up her stats too much.
I just don't even know what happened there.
Just a skosh right for Scoggins there. It's an unfortunate double, and that really hurts for third place chances. Not a lot of golf left to play. As Hokum cleans up par, she will now have a 2-stroke lead over Owen. Par, the Scoggins double. And we have Katrina Allen in the clubhouse. Oh. Sending it to Katrina. Here she is tapping in the birdie. Went from $0 to $2,400 with her day today.
Oh my gosh.
That's making money on the course.
Wow.
And here we do have Allen in the clubhouse.
We're here with Katrina Allen after a 7-down 61 to close out the Champions Cup. Katrina, tell us about your round today.
I don't know. I just felt more like myself. No bogeys, which is helpful. And I think I started hot, and that really helped get the round going.
You know, what's the mentality? I mean, maybe you haven't played stellar golf all week and coming into the final round, and how important is it to close out strong like this?
It's really important for me, especially as someone who prides himself in like never giving up and, you know, having a good mindset on the course. So I think it's just momentum for the rest of the season that no matter how rough things get, I'm going to, you know, claw my way back up.
That's Katrina Allen. Big jump today in Appling, Georgia. We'll see you at the next one.
Okay. See ya. Good. Okay.
Big jump up the board. And, a lot of extra money in her pocketbook.
Right now she's sitting in 5th, but depending on what Valerie Mandujano does, she might or might not hold on to that 5th spot. Anyhow, a fantastic round by Katrina, and a real lesson for everyone out there. She played 3, you know, really quite mediocre rounds for Katrina, and then was able to blaze it back and put herself way up there in the standings.
I'm going to send it to a quick word from our sponsors. Back in just a few.
The Destroyer is essential on tour. One of the most versatile distance drivers in Innova's lineup. The new Halo plastic is probably the prettiest plastic that Innova has in their lineup. It makes for a really cool disc to bag. Very confident in throwing the Destroyer and keeping it in bounds at far ranges.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Welcome back to your final card. Owen giving massages, warming Paige up. There's just no one better to have on your card than Owen Scoggins. Paige Pierce with a Zeus on the TF15. Big tee shot here. A lot of possible outcomes.
Right there.
And late release, excuse me, for Pierce. And it's found almost first available.
I wonder if she was just trying to crush it.
That's the result. You try too hard, you hold on a little too long.
Yeah, you have to be so humble on this course. You know, you want to be aggressive, but it's got to be that just calm, you know, firmly throw the disc instead of trying to kill it.
Relay for Sarah Hokum.
Sarah's playing so smart, just disking down on so many of these throws, using a fairway driver, just controlling it. And it gives it that little bit of a flip. I mean, it's not a huge distance for Sarah, but she's in the fairway, and just that makes all the difference.
Oh, so much. Kristen next up.
And she's sensing an opportunity. And
that's the line.
She's been so controlled on this shot all weekend.
Ooh, that trickled a little more for her. That was nice. Scoggins.
a crazy turn on that backhand.
Look at that.
But
point.
it's a stable disc.
Yeah.
Everything she throws is stable, so it
Yep.
comes out and puts her in a really nice position on the fairway.
So Elaine, our stat guys are looking up hot rounds at the Hall of Fame Classic.
Excellent. Give them something to do.
I got one from 2003. Someone shot a 57. Do you remember who it was?
It's a different course.
Ah.
In 2007, you said?
2003.
2003, yeah. It was a different course. There was a series of 3 holes that were deuceable.
But that was your 57, by the way.
Oh, was it?
Come on, Elaine. I was trying to set you up there.
Oh, my gosh. Oh.
Oh, and kissing the bicep. I'm all about that. So Katrina beat you in 2017. Also, that was also the old course, though, wasn't it?
That was 2017.
I think that might have been the last year. Yes, I think it was, actually, the last year with the Gulch holes. Pierce, her second on 15, in trouble off the tee.
Well, it wasn't.
That's true. The spot.
Wasn't as bad trouble as it could be. I mean, she's yelling at the disc, but
that was trying to get left off the fairway.
She made some progress. It's just a question of where her lie is and how many trees are between her and getting a par.
Let's fly this tricky hole 15. This tee shot's so demanding, Elaine.
Yeah, it is a fairly narrow gap here, and you want it turning, and it's going uphill. It kind of planes out, although the plane is still a very gradual uphill. But then we go quite dramatically downhill, and the disc is not at the bottom of the downhill. It keeps going downhill after the basket. There's a gulch down there. There's some low-lying trees, so you don't want to overcook that final approach shot too hot.
Natalie Ryan overcooked it, but right into the basket.
She did.
That was incredible.
Well, Paige has some open air to work with, but the problem is she's so far back, and it's just very blind, and that disc is going to hyzer if she throws it backhand. And that will be away from the basket and towards some woods. So
looks like you and Paige are of the same thought here. She's going to go to the
got to
forehand.
do a sidearm. Yep.
Yep. Looks like a Zeus sidearm for Paige. Oh, she's going to look to be making that middle gap on the right. Okay.
Yeah, she turned over her wrist too much, and that put it nose down, and she's going uphill. So if she was on the flat ground, that would have worked. But because she had so much uphill, she couldn't crest the hill, and now she's rolled who knows where. To wonder, is it the pressure of trying a little too hard?
Kind of behind the 8 ball on this hole. Put herself further behind it after that shot. Holcomb second on 15.
I'm going to guess that's another relay.
Miss it.
A little too much height, but, you know, better to have too much height and get all the way down the hill.
Yeah.
And she's got a really good line back up at the putt. She's not under the branches. She's got sort of like a gentle incline backstop, so she can go for the putt for birdie without fearing the consequences of the missed putt.
That's a great point. If you're going to miss long on this one, you want to miss right, don't you?
Yes.
That left has that kind of low ceiling tree that overhangs quite a bit. And Tatar had a beautiful drive with Pierce already struggling. She might grab a couple here.
Tatar is going through kind of an alternate fairway and just a late hit. Man, she was really tracking to the basket. She will still have the opportunity for a longish downhill putt for birdie.
If you remember, she ran this one yesterday and ended up taking a birdogey.
She did. It was a back putt that was completely in her wheelhouse that was just a miss.
Paige Pierce. Throwing her fourth.
And she's not over the crest yet. She's got a blind shot at it. She knows she has to throw something Anheuser with the proper height. And she's just kind of guessing how hard to throw it. And that's not going to do it.
That's circle 2.
And that's the dangerous angle at a putt. If she chooses to run the putt and it misses, it's going to go downhill and it's going to be underneath some low-lying tree branches. So that will be in her mind as she makes the decision on the next shot.
We are back with Scoggins. It's been a while since she got to throw. That great tee shot. Her second now.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, a little long.
It's not horrible.
That's circle 1, isn't it?
It's not horrible, yeah. Bit uphill with one tree to navigate around. It's just like we're walking along with the players, isn't it? I feel like I'm there.
And like Tatar lining up right-hand side of fairway with her third.
Yeah, she's too far away to give it a run. Hold on.
Okay, it stopped finally. Sounded like it popped up off the
base.
Yeah.
And so Tatar's work is pretty much done. She looks like she's only 5 or 10 feet from the basket. And at this point, it's unclear what Pierce's score is going to be.
At least a 5, right? Probable 6. Pierce to save bogey and drop just 1 stroke to Kristen.
Drop. Oh.
Off the man, what an effort.
That was a really, really solid attempt. I think it hit the top of the basket.
Correct.
And went into the gully.
Is that kind of where Scoggins is?
Where Holcomb is.
Okay, thank you. It's a birdie look for Holcomb. They are calling this circle 2.
It's in the water. Kind of where Blaine is, but like a little shorter. Yeah, you know? It's like right there. Oh, I was kind of going to put you on the flat. Yeah, I'll give you the flat one. That doesn't seem safe where your foot is. Yeah, right there if you want. Yeah. Like, yeah, that could be safe. Yeah. This looks like the first available. Okay. Okay. Do you think this is outside? Yes. The marker? Yeah. The marker's here at my foot. Yeah, she's okay.
Some casual water.
They did the commentary
down
for
there.
us.
Yep. And when there's casual water, a player can elect to stand in there if they so choose. It looks like it's kind of deep.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to jump this circle 2 look.
Well, she might
Maybe.
jump putt, but it'll be a splashy finish.
This is for a 3-stroke lead over Scoggins for third. Did she just jump across the...
Yes,
Oh.
she leapfrogged.
Wow. That's athletic. I mean, I guess you got to be a jumper to play volleyball, right?
Oh, she can jump.
And this is not an easy look for double for Paige. That is, I think that, and that's Owen right next to her, also in the casual water.
Well, the mini's floating. Well, you know.
He's going to dunk a toe.
And, you know, sometimes it's just better to put your foot where it is and avoid a big, long conversation.
Tough to not fall forward on this, Elaine.
She's outside.
Is she outside? Okay.
She's outside. Yep.
Mobile bogey look.
She's not very far away from the basket, so this is why she doesn't want to get farther. Oh, great putt. That was sort of leaning to the left the entire way.
And with 3 left to play, Paige will find herself 2 back.
You're looking good for everyone.
Scoggins electing not to mark it because she's got a legal stance on the sort of mud there.
Isn't this a putt for birdie?
I believe it is a putt for
All right.
birdie.
You just has this as putting for par.
Unless there was a shot that we didn't see.
I swear this is birdie. Oh.
Owen's circle 1 putting percentage is just dropping precipitously all of a sudden.
Right after I mentioned it, too.
You know, it could be that she's feeling just a little bit of pressure. She's wanting to catch up to Sarah,
Sure.
and Sarah's just making life difficult for her.
Yeah, she's playing so consistent. This is a birdie putt for Hokum. Does save par nicely.
Looking so comfortable with her putting.
And she will have 3 strokes over Owen with 3 to play for that 3rd place spot. Extra $700 in her pocket and a podium finish in a major. Big time, Elaine. There is Tatar's par.
And Owen's going to have to be thinking about the fact that Katrina Allen had that awesome round. And
oh, they're tied, aren't they?
Yeah.
This putt from Paige Pierce for bogey was not to be. Thankfully made the comebacker, but she's dropping 2 strokes to the Estonian.
And it just shows you when you miss your line on the drive, it's punishing.
And last time Kristen took down a major, it was at the U.S. Women's 2019.
And Kristen, you know, perhaps could have had more, but we had the COVID issue. She couldn't get across.
Just a dominating final round here. Winning going away after coming into the round in 2nd place.
And Tatar was a brunette then.
I know, I was going to say.
And now she's a blonde.
And now she has a 2-stroke lead over the 5-time world champion.
Oh, what a feeling of relief, frankly. That gives her just a little bit of breathing room. I mean, of course, you can't relax in any way, but it may be enough to just, like, keep the nerves down and allow Kristen to feel comfortable just not pushing it and just playing a controlled relaxed last couple of holes.
Relay for Hokum on 16.
And we've seen Hokum just, not really try too hard on this hole. She's just flinging it up there to the right. She knows that with her sidearm, it's so easy for it to get out of bounds because that gully to the right and behind is out of bounds. And so she's just going to take a 3.
Kristen with a 2-stroke lead on the tee of 16.
Controlled Anheuser. She's not been able to do it yet. And yeah, she's never figured this hole out.
Door open for Pierce to close the gap. Next up, though, is Scoggins.
And she had an early hit, but that second hit made sure that the disc stayed on the fairway.
And now Pierce, big shot coming up.
She can't want it too much. I think that's what happened on the last hole. She's just got to release the disc, let the disc do the work. She doesn't have to force it. There, just like that, a nice snappy release. And indeed, the disc does the work.
She is long, Elaine. Has almost pushed at circle's edge, I want to say.
She's over to the left. She threw something pretty stable. So it's going to be a scary putt.
Yes, it will. Rolling back a second replay of this Pierce shot.
And I think what happened, it just didn't get the Anheuser that she was hoping to put on it. It kind of flares out to the left. That's not a bad mistake. And she's got the option. She can just put it up next to the basket, or she can elect to try and putt.
Are you a kart fan, Elaine?
I love my Zuka kart.
They're awesome.
And I didn't think I would.
I am the same
I
camp,
sort of thought, oh, well, a kart, I mean, that's, I suppose it's nice if it's raining. So you have, more room for your stuff. But I'm just finding, it's so nice not to have to mess with a stool if you want to sit down.
Yeah.
Just the cart's right there. I didn't realize how much of a mental strain the stool was until I got the cart. It's like, oh, it's
with
just
you.
everything's so easy. I especially like it on those days when it starts really cold and then it warms up quickly.
Got some place to put the
and
hoodie.
Yeah, there's some place to put your extra clothes.
Tatar.
Spinner game plan all rounds is just, play it up there to the left, just take your 3.
And guys, Paige's putt is anything but clear.
Oh, go ahead, Terry, please.
Just letting you know, she's got a tree at almost exactly the 1 o'clock position, so she'll likely have to straddle out, or she's going to come very close to that tree if she takes her normal staggered stance. It's from 29
What's it
feet.
look like behind the basket for Paige, Terry?
It slopes
I think there's a lot of out of bounds
directly behind the pin.
Ooh. Hokum, long look at birdie.
Nope, long look at, just lay it up there beside the basket. It's a jump approach.
When you're right, Elaine.
I mean, there's just no way. The OB is not that far behind the basket. It's a slope to OB. It's just not worth it. This is not the hole to, live or die by. It's only 16.
We'll see if Paige uses deliver or die on this putt. It's going to be big implications.
This is not where I would choose to make my stand. Hole 17, anything could happen on hole 17. You can take a 3, you can take a 7 on hole 17.
Most aggressive putter on tour. This is...
Oh.
Pierce closes the gap to 1 with 2 to play.
She looked at it, she felt comfortable, and if you're looking at the basket and you feel comfortable, just go with it.
The putter's been hot all week for her. And Tatar saves par, maintains 1 stroke with that par make. Scoggins, par. And Sarah drops in the par. And we gotta roll back. Another look at this Paige Pierce birdie putt that closes the gap to 1. We have 2 holes left to play. We're gonna find out how it shakes out when we come back from this break.
The MVP Black Hole Pro is the best portable basket on the market. Out of the van, out of the case, and set up in under 60 seconds.
The Black Hole Pro has a very easy setup and a very easy breakdown. It's perfect for any sort of practice putting, and I would recommend it for anyone who needs a portable basket.
It's easy to transport, super versatile. It has a really good hitbox, so it catches really well. I genuinely think it's the best portable basket on the market.
Having my own line of discs, all named after sound design terms, is a dream come true for me. After all kinds of testing and throwing different molds, I was easily able to come to a decision on what molds that I wanted. So the Reverb for me is a perfect distance driver. It's going to cover almost all of my distance driver needs. I'm just so thankful for Prodigy for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to have a couple amazing discs under my name that I can trust.
It is getting good at WR Jackson. We have 2 holes left to play. Tatar has 1 stroke over the 5-time world champion Paige Pierce, looking to chase her down.
And if that wasn't enough tension, we've got probably the second skinniest gap on the hole, hole 17. Disc down if you need to, and that's exactly what Paige is doing. She's got the passion. She just wants to hit the gap cleanly.
No.
Left, and looks like it kicked left. Hokum. Elaine, you think Kristen kind of has a drive to win the tournament here on 17?
If Kristen can keep it clean, she may be able to get a birdie depending on how far up the hill she goes. But again, she's going to have to decide how much she wants to bite off. It's, you know, that balance between disking down, throwing carefully, just placing it down there, not trying to get, you know, too aggressive, versus if you want to just trust your disc, trust your aim, and just release a power shot, just knowing that if you release it properly, you're on line. It depends on how you feel.
Huge drive. Early tree for Tatar.
Yeah. They're both, like, if you have any nerves in you whatsoever, hole 17 is just impossible.
And now Scoggins, she's 2 back of Hokum for 3rd place. 2 to play.
And only 1 ahead of Katrina.
Oh, I almost had it. Oh, thank you.
Not bad over there,
There is
she says.
that's that second fairway over there, yeah?
Yeah, if you don't kick too far, it's really not bad at all.
Let's fly this tight 17.
I mean, it's just those trees, left, right, keep it so narrow. And you want to get to about here. If you're not trying to chew off too much, you can get to about here-ish. We've seen a couple of the ladies get almost to the top, but that's quite exceptional. And then the fairway turns a little bit to the right. There's a big wide opening to the right, but now it's all downhill to the basket. So that second or third shot, depending, has got to be fairly carefully controlled so it doesn't hyzer off too much. And you don't want to be deep at the basket because it goes downhill really fast after the basket.
And there are your scores. Lots of battles to watch on that screen. The one for the lead, the one for 3rd, the one for 4th. They're all kind of in play here with 2 to go.
They absolutely are. And you know, none of our top card players have had the drive they were looking for.
We have found Paige Pierce for her 2nd. What's her prescription here, Elaine?
She's lining up through that gap. You want to hyzer something and get close-ish to the top of the hill. She doesn't have to make it all the way up.
God, the last little bit she needed to beat. Still,
she got the first gap, but then it didn't hyzer hard enough. What can you do?
So probably a bogey for Pierce then?
Most likely
3,
a bogey.
4, 5, yeah. Unless she throws some incredible shot. Scoggins. So she's kind of between the new fairway and that old fairway off to the right?
She's to the left, I believe.
She's right off the main fairway for sure.
No, you're correct. She's on the right side. It kicked
There's
from the left to the right.
Yeah, and there's that old fairway people used to play over here.
Yeah, you're
further
absolutely right, Ian. So that is actually the obvious choice. And again, she just wants to hyzer something up there, get close to the top of the hill.
Good progress. She is right in the center of your screen, I promise. Tatar.
I think she's found
and
herself
we'll see if Kristen has that
side every time.
Oh, fire away, Terry.
Yeah, if Kristen finds this right side, I was going to say if she finds this right side gap and she can get up and down with a par here, she's going to be very tough to beat. She has absolutely destroyed hole 18 the previous 3 rounds. The tournament could be won or lost right here.
So true, Terry. Kristen, what, 5 under par on 18 so far this weekend?
Something like that. She is really dialed in 18. Now, although we're not sure where Pierce landed after the second shot, Kristen saw it. So she knows what she needs to do. She knows how aggressive she needs to get.
And she is playing for this alternate fairway out here. A lot of foliage. Terry, talk to us about what Kristen has left. And tell us about Paige, too, as well.
Well, Kristen's going to have a similar shot probably to Owen. They didn't get a ton of distance, but they were looking for that gap. They're going to be throwing uphill and to a blind green. Paige, on the other hand, she didn't make it to the top of the hill. She'll likely have a little maybe putter shot turnover. She can get to the green, I think, from her spot, so she could walk away with the 4 here.
Okay. Ooh, big shots coming up down the stretch.
My stomach is in knots.
This is awesome. The class of the bunch off the tee was Sarah Hokum with her relay. Put it center cut up here.
Yeah, Hokum is just looking so relaxed. She's feeling really in control. She's kind of gained some space around herself, so she's playing in a little bit of a bubble.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest shot she has. She wants to throw something that will flip up, but she has to keep it well to the right off the tee, so I think she's got a particularly tough angle. I keep wishing she'd pull out her backhand because it really sets up much better for a backhand from where she is, but not this tournament.
That should be an easy up and down par.
Mm-hmm.
So Hokum should get up and down. That should all but lock up her 3rd place finish.
Absolutely. I don't think Owen can make much of a charge on this hole.
Yeah, her and Tatar have some really big 3rd shots coming up, along with Pierce. Oh, Paige got farther into the woods than I thought, Elaine.
Yeah, that's a very, very tough shot that she needs to execute. She has to get something to turn really quickly, but then probably hyzer back towards the end. She needs to miss the tree directly in front of her.
I was going to say which one. That's about 100 she's got to dodge right here.
I'm talking about the first one because that's the one you want to just graze it by.
Not to be. I mean, the par isn't locked up for Tatar, though.
Anything can happen on this hole. You can get a roll.
Hey, look where
by
Kristen and
a
Owen
very
are.
gentle layup.
Terry
Yeah.
said this is a blind shot.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing Kristen and Owen walk up and see where exactly they want to land. I see right now Jeff and Owen discussing the exact landing zone. It's not going to be an easy shot, but Paige is still 140 feet from the pin.
Paige, what's the distance the women have left here?
Terry, not Paige.
Not Paige.
Paige
Yeah,
isn't going to answer you.
No, she won't, will she?
I'm going to try and run over. Again, they're playing down the blind hill. They probably have close to 200 feet.
And Owen is trying to scramble to stay ahead of Katrina Allen, who's in the clubhouse. That's wide.
It's a Firebird. Hopefully it'll get back in.
Oh, it made it.
Wow. All right, now she's seen the line.
Wow, so that gets her, in all probability, a par. And then Owen can quite easily birdie the last hole to secure her fourth place. Big shot for Tatar.
Absolutely. Now this is really wide. Terry, what does she have left on that putt? It looks circle 2.
Yeah, I'm standing directly behind it. She's got 45 feet. Nothing really in her way except for the big open space directly behind the basket. So we'll see what she does. I don't really think she needs to run this.
That seems like that would be a smart play. You feeling that too, Elaine?
Absolutely. A 45 downhill with a lot of danger behind when she doesn't need to.
So Paige still 140 to the pin, thanks to our friends at Bushnell Discs for that. We're providing the Edge rangefinder for today's coverage. Paige throwing 4, absolutely needs the up and down to say bogey.
It is actually a routine shot despite the fact that she's stretched out. A lot of room to work with. But with nerves, you just never know what's going to happen. It was very routine.
Yeah. Well done by Pierce, and we'll see what Kristen chooses to do. Decision time. Here is Hokum.
Yeah, Hokum didn't get a whole lot of distance on that second shot, but no matter. It was a very easy third shot. And she's just cruising through the course.
She is, isn't she?
Just in control. All these battles around her, she can just stand back and be an observer.
And cash a nice check at the end of the day.
Some big Disc Golf Pro Tour points as well for the
thank you.
finish in the major. Some bonus points.
And now Tatar. I think Terry called this a 45 look at par.
She's lining it up. See how it feels. And it felt good.
Valiant effort. All of us wrong in the booth on that call. Tatar, what a gutsy bid. Thankfully, it looks like it nestled very closely. That is Owen with a great foresave after the drive.
Yeah, to be like down there in the gully, that's some good solid work she did.
That is Hokum cleaning up her par. But we had bogeys for Pierce and now a bogey for Tatar. Kristen will take a one-stroke lead into the final hole of the Champions Cup. Take another look at this putt for Tatar. This would have been for a two-stroke lead into the final hole.
Just all kinds of chain to the left side. If that was on the right side, that would have stuck.
The confidence to camp that a bit in a moment like that.
She wanted it.
I mean, that would have locked up the tournament, right?
That absolutely would have locked it up. Then she could have been very comfortable on 18.
A long walk to 18.
Oh, it is a long walk.
And it's an intimidating tee shot, too. Oh, my goodness.
Well, Kristen doesn't have to make the eagle. She can make the par. However, Pierce has to make the eagle.
Right, because you think, unless something goes terribly wrong for Tatar, she's going to birdie the way she's been playing this hole all week.
You know, the important thing is to stay in the fairway and, you know, putting myself in the place of these two women, you know, you want to just take your best shot the way you did in practice and see where it lands. And where it lands will either give you the opportunity for the eagle or it won't.
Here are our playoff rules. Hole 14 and 18 on repeat. Huh.
14, 18, rinse, repeat.
All right.
14 through 18.
Thank you. It's a tiny dash.
Oh, okay, I couldn't see it.
That's my situation as well.
If it comes to that, anything can happen on any
Anything can
hole.
happen. It's disc golf. Throwing the round things in the woods.
And, you know, the tee on 18 looks, I'm sorry, the fairway on 18 looks big, and it is big, but if you're all nervous, suddenly it gets really skinny. And the tough thing is the players want to hug it to the right side and land to the right side of the fairway. And if they are too aggressive and aren't perfectly on line, it can sneak into the right side, and then, you know, you're looking much more at a par than a birdie.
Hokum, they vanish in a two-stroke edge over Scoggins for third.
And she just needs to make sure that keeps its turn, which it does. And that's exactly what you want to do on the fairway of hole 18.
She showed them how to do it, but they're not going to follow that forehand line, are they?
Well, you never know if Owen is going to throw a forehand or a backhand.
Really
like
don't,
any
do you?
hole, she could do anything, but looks like a backhand is her preferred way to attack the hole. Keeping it low, great finish to that disc. She's on the right side. She's lined up against the gap. That gives her an opportunity.
Pierce.
Yeah, let's breathe.
Paige going back to that passion.
See, there's just no drama when Paige throws. She calls it right out of her hand. That was an aggressive line.
That was big time.
It's a turnover disc.
Right.
She had to give it just a little bit of hyzer. She aimed it at the woods. It didn't work yesterday.
Today, and now Tatar to match.
Doesn't have enough hyzer.
It doesn't. Advantage Pierce off the tee.
Tatar is not in any trouble, but I doubt she has a really favorable line for an eagle, whereas Pierce does have a favorable line for an eagle.
Things are shaking
Oh
up.
my gosh, I can't stand it!
It's going to be good. Rolling back a Zuka replay of Paige Pierce. huge pressure-packed drive for Pierce. It doesn't look like she felt any of it after the
no,
results.
there's balks, there's deep breathing, but she committed to that aggressive play. She disked down, she controlled it, and she got the position she was looking for.
Telling it where to go and loves it.
Yes, she says.
That was awesome. And now she has the advantage of watching Tatar throw first with the second shots.
She's got the uphill run, which messes with her timing.
What's the common result on that uphill, Elaine? What's she going to try to counteract?
The uphill run, it's harder to get the anhyzer on it.
So typically come out earlier, more hyzer than intended?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that tends to be what happens. And she knows it.
Oh.
So at this point, she is playing for birdie.
What do you think, Elaine?
I think she's fine. She just realized what was and wasn't possible. She's not in any danger there. That's just sort of a step out, backhand, not too far to the pin.
Okay, great.
She set herself up to get her birdie.
Hook-up second coming up.
Needs to err on the side of too flippy. What a fantastic shot.
Easy birdie if she doesn't chase down the eagle. There have been 2 eagles on 18 today. Kona Panis and Jennifer Allen. Those women
big-time
throw
throwers.
real far. Kona Panis had a drop-in eagle is the word. And Jen Allen from 27 feet. Good putt, Jen.
Jen's putting has gotten stronger.
It's gotten kind of back to normal.
Yeah.
Scoggins. Second on 18. Sets up a long eagle bid.
And, you know, she needs to think about whether she wants to go for that putt because she wants to hang on to her 4th place and not get to any kind of putting back and forth and then drop it to Katrina Allen, who I believe is just one behind her.
We are now with Paige Pierce trying to set up an eagle. Most likely needs it to push playoff with Tatar. Picture perfect drive, Elaine.
It's a great drive. Air to the left side and not the right side. The right side is just bad news. Left side has lots of room.
No. She overturned it. That's that fierce disc. Big mistake.
It's over.
Yeah. Probably. I would have liked to see her grab just a little more stable disc, maybe like a buzz, or just something that doesn't leak to the right where you can't miss on that shot.
Yeah, you can be anywhere to the left and have a putt, but to the right, it's just, you can see it's just absolute jail in there. Players have gotten in there and it's taken them like 2 or 3 to get out if they're deep enough in there. Tatar, I believe, is just on the edge. She'll have sort of a lean out kind of putter shot.
She'd love to get this one close, though. So
Yeah.
you got a no-pressure birdie winning putt.
Oh, she's not even really very much.
This is good. It's a lot better than it looked from the catch cam.
Yeah, she's got options. She's choosing what she feels most comfortable with. Just taking a moment to figure out what's her most comfortable shot. She loves the sidearm.
Tatar's third on 18 to set up the birdie putt to most likely win.
A little bit wide, but no worries.
Terry, what does she have left on that putt for the win?
Guys, she's looking outside the circle. She's probably at 45 feet. Paige has 60 feet. I would give Kristen about 40 to 42 feet.
Wow, huge development.
Well, it was interesting. I mean, Kristen could have just stepped out and done a backhand, which I would have thought was the much more straightforward shot.
Agreed.
The problem with the sidearm is she had that accuracy challenge just 2 feet from her hand.
Correct.
Which she navigated, but...
At the expense of maybe angle control?
Yeah. And I mean, she did that because she feels so much more comfortable with the sidearm.
Hokum, this is an eagle bid. Doesn't need it, but why not flex on him if you can? She doesn't need a birdie either, so low stress. Fantastic effort. That's a birdie finish for Hokum. A 3 down day and a solid 3rd place at a major.
Great performance out of Hokum, who just looked composed and comfortable the entire round.
The queen of clean. Pierce.
So Pierce, somehow, she did not get in the stuff. She got deflected out of it.
And this is for eagle, which would force Tatar to make her birdie putt to push playoff. This is wild, Elaine.
So this is, there's nothing to be gained by laying up here.
Inches short on the bid, but that's a drop-in birdie, which now means Tatar has to make her putt to win from circle 2.
Oh my gosh.
This is why you watch live on the Disc Golf Network, Elaine, for moments like this.
Kristen couldn't be more nervous than I am right now. And she has one of those stretch-out putts.
Oh, wow. For the win, Tatar. Oh, that is long, and it is rolling away from the basket.
No.
She now has that comebacker to push playoff. Terry, how far did that get away? Oh, looks like we dropped Terry. Sorry about that. We'll find out in seconds. Anyway, it is outside the circle again. It's a clean look at least, but oh my goodness.
And it's a slight uphill. But it doesn't matter what's behind the basket. She has to put it in the basket.
To push playoff. Oh, no.
And it's just nerves.
Oh, brutal.
Pierce put the pressure on.
And now Paige doesn't even have to make her putt. Paige can now lay up for the win.
Just
4 putt.
And you can just see it. Just after that second shot, Kristen was just, couldn't control the nerves, tried her best, did what she needed to do, but just couldn't execute.
Solid 4th place finish for Owen, 3rd place for Hokum, and your Champions Cup winner and first major title of the year for Paige Pierce.
Champions Cup presented by Bushnell, and now a 17-time major champion, Paige Pierce.
Hold it up, champions.
Thank you.
We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it unless you want it for that. Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Maybe not.
All right, joining us now is our champion, as we just heard, 17-time major champion, Paige Pierce. Paige, the trophy's too hard to hold on to right now, too heavy, but also maybe some mixed emotions on that final hole. You went and talked to Kristen. What did you say?
Oh, just, you know, whatever way it went, it was going to be, sorry, one sec. Whichever way it went, it was going to be a lifetime memory for me. I don't want to single you out, but Dad, I'm talking to you and all the fathers or moms out there. My dad and I got into an argument recently that winning is everything and success is winning. And you know, I'm walking up the last few holes and thinking, if I lose, I still am out here doing what I love. And like Alyssa tells me every day, we're on a magical rock floating through space. And we forget about that sometimes. We're living in a crazy life, and I'm out here doing what I love every day. And so for the parents out there that are pushing your kids too hard, that are checking the report cards, making sure they get straight A's, and you know, when I call my dad after a tournament, it's like, do better, win, you know. And don't hate my dad. I know there's lots of dads like this. I love my dad, please, no disrespect to my dad, but winning is not everything. And I don't know where else I'm going with that, but I want that message to go out to the parents that are being too hard on their kids. And you know, this is awesome to have another major in my career, but even more so just the last few events of just realizing like I'm living the dream. I really am.
You are, and one thing you say at every single event is you want to win playing your best, but also beating the best. And this was a stacked field this weekend, and you put yourself in a hole early on in round number one, and then talk about that tenacity and what you did to fight yourself back to be in position to win this on the final hole.
Yeah, you know, I think my discs say it all. Fierce and passion, like those are the two things that I am on the course. And you know, it's funny that you guys as the media and all the spectators out there think I'm in a hole when I'm 4 strokes back. Like, there's a 4-round tournament. I'm going to make that up in 1 hole. So, you know, never count Paige out. Never count anyone out. Like, we're playing disc golf. You hit a tree, scramble. Get back in the circle. Get a par. So, you know, don't forget about me. I'm here. I'm here, and I'm staying for a while.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere as you're trying to race for the most majors ever. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans, friends, everyone else that's out there watching and supporting in this incredible journey that you're on?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, definitely huge thanks to Haley on my bag. You're awesome, awesome, awesome. We made a great team. You saved me quite a few strokes out there with the game plan and stuff like that. And yeah, I think honestly, my biggest thanks could go to Discraft right now. I mean, you guys, I don't know what the stats exactly were, but the Fierce won me the tournament. I think I made like probably 15 Circle 2 putts. So Circle 2 was my time to shine this week. Even when I was off the fairway, I scrambled well. And oh, I do want to give a shout out to James Conrad, Nate Perkins, Dustin, anyone that's ever played catch with me. That is making me score so much better on these wooded courses. That little sidearm toss with the catch disc is making me scramble better. So thank you to all the friends that play catch. Maybe let's go do it in the parking lot right now.
All right, well, you caught yourself another major. Congratulations again, Paige Pierce, a champion here at the Champions Cup, the first PDGA major of 2022. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you, thank
you. Elaine, what a tournament, what a hole 18.
I am never going to say again,
yeah,
it's
right.
over. I'm never going to say it again. Man, I was proven wrong.
Here's the drive on 18.
Just aggressive and perfect. Gives herself a great look to have an eagle. She didn't eagle, but she birdied out.
She did. She is now tied with Valerie Jenkins. That's 16. You heard him say 17. They're including the performance flight at USGC, which I don't think counts.
It counts in a different way.
In a different
way,
yeah.
16
Yep.
FPO. So that's what we're comparing in this graphic.
Yeah, open women majors. Thank you. And we are going to take the last break on the Disc Golf Network. We'll come back with the OTB after show and the OTB shot of the day. Back in a few.
The crowd was so spectacular today. Just the energy from you all was just amazing.
I love you, Oregon!
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
Attaboy.
Wow, great putt from Macy.
Hugo McMahon connecting in the middle of the basket.
Having a PDGA membership gives you two important numbers, your PDGA number and your player rating. Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. It takes your performance in sanctioned events, compares it to the rest of the field, and gives you an empirical number to show how well you played. What makes this number unique is how it is weighted. Rain, shine, wind is all taken into account, leaving only one thing, your play. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get started and get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
16-time major champion, Paige Pierce. What a day it was at WR Jackson, Elaine.
Clean lines there. And you know what? If she ever got into trouble, she just got herself out of trouble.
That putter saved so many great strokes today. The scrambling ability from the woods, that fierceness she loves so much.
And you know what struck me is she just was confident and fighting. She got herself in a bad position. She goes, oh well, you know, I'll get over it.
An incredible birdie on 11. God, how many circle 2 putts did she hit that round?
She had just some clutch shots. She had clutch putts, she had clutch approaches, clutch drives, a few mistakes. This one on 18 to set her up beautifully. The shot she just hasn't been able to execute until now.
Putt for birdie on 18.
And now a 17-time major champion, Paige Pierce.
3 circle 2 makes on the day for Pierce and needed every one of them.
She needed everything she had. And, you know, disregard the final score. If the pressure hadn't been there, things might have turned out differently. But, you know, we want to say a few things. Kristen Tatar just managed the course beautifully. And in the end, just the nerves got to her on the final half of the final hole.
Oh, my. She put a lot of pressure on herself there late in the round, though, with those 45-foot putts from circle 2 back to back to back on 17 and 18 twice.
And I honestly think that was nerves.
Yeah.
contrast to Sarah Holcomb, not a nerve in her body, just played a beautiful -3. Owen Scoggins, a great performance. And then Katrina with her -7.
Roaring back up 13 spots today.
And that's a course record for
That
this
is a course
layout.
record for this layout, yeah.
But, you know, with all of that, I just want to echo what Paige said. You know, being a champion and being a success are not intertwined. You know, people can't remember exactly how many, you know, championships Climo won or, you know, what Macbeth is at, but they know the person.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, Paige, a wonderful but warm competitor. You saw her go to her friend Kristen before she
immediately.
received her cup and, you know, console her because she felt horrible about the way Kristen wasn't able to complete that last hole as strongly as the tournament.
Yeah.
So just some wonderful personalities here in the whole top 10 that we're seeing, and what a way to finish our first major of the year.
Way to finish. Not how we thought it would go, huh?
No, I gave up on Paige, and I'm sorry, Paige. I will never do that again. Never, ever. I've learned my lesson.
Downing another 5 times.
Oh,
Come on.
gosh.
Oh, my goodness. What a way to shake out the tournament. First major of the year. It ended in a major way. Elaine, I think we have our OTB shot of the day queued up. Let's fire away. Could be a lot. Oh, yeah. It's the Golden Bushnell shot for Natalie Ryan on 15. Not going to see it go in, but you'll see Natalie Ryan's great reaction. Oh, she got the grill and the oven. Natalie Ryan.
Yeah, Bushnell having a special gold edition of their rangefinder for the FPO and MPO player with the longest throw-in, be it an ace or be it a fairway ace like Natalie is chasing down there. That was sick.
Huge. Good catch by the basket, too. That saved her a nice little comebacker. Took her a while to get there. And what a week in Appling, Georgia. I love to see Paige Pierce, 5-time world champion, 16-time major, still crying after an incredible victory. You know, like, still means a ton to her. It's cool.
Oh, because it is so close against her fiercest rival.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kristen is, when you beat Kristen Tatar, you have done something.
You have played very well, as you have. Huge congrats to Kristen on an incredible week. Shame to come up short there on 18, but it's a performance you could be really proud of.
Yeah,
I'm sure she's really sad right now, but she'll pick her head up.
And we're looking for more from Kristen as the summer goes on.
Yeah.
She's planning to come back to the U.S. several times to
what a treat.
Play as many GGPTs and majors as she can.
We are thankful, giving us nice close battles all year, I'm sure. Well, God, what a show. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as Elaine and I did. For everyone in the booth, everyone on the ground, for Jeff Spring, thank you guys so much for watching. Don't go anywhere, though, because in about an hour, we got the MPO side, and then it's a battle there as well. What a weekend. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Happy Easter.